Hello, and welcome to the grand finals of Vibing Kingdom's League of Legends 5v5 tournament. I'm the tournament host and organizer, RinneganSus. And in just a little bit, I'll be joined by a handful of co-hosts to stream the grand finals of our League of Legends tournament for you guys. It has been 3 whole weeks since we started round 1 in quarterfinals of this entire tournament, and now on November 13th, we will finally see the conclusion of this organized event. I'm so excited at all the work that's been poured in, and while there have been tons of hurdles and mishaps, we finally made it to the very end of this event. We found the top 2 teams of our tourney, and now we're going to see which one will walk out as the grand champion tonight. We've got some stuff prepared for tonight, and before we get to the league lobbies and ready check and stuff, we'll go through a whole timeline that the server has followed this entire year. So what you guys see now from March to November are all the events that our server has hosted. Vibing Kingdom is a decently active community. It's a private server, invite only, although the invite link is in my Twitch bio description. From March to November, we've hosted all these events. Back in March, I hosted the first League of Legends tournament with 7 teams back then as opposed to 8, and a similar structure to the one we have this November. Format back then was single-elimination bracket, and the winning roster would get $5 of RP for each member. In April, we hosted a teamfight tactics tournament. The TFT tourney was fairly casual, and top 3 from the ultimate group would end up getting one of 3 prizes. In May, we had a slideshow presentation night hosted by one of our admins. Server members could prepare a slideshow on any topic that they wanted. I personally did Flash games because I grew up with them. Maybe Flash may be a dead medium for creating video games, but when I was a kid in the mid-2000s, that was the real deal, and it was how I related with a whole ton of people as I went to school and eventually expanded my gaming interest beyond browser gaming. In August, we hosted a TV show watch-along. Specifically, we got some of the admins to host the show King of the Hill, and we watched some select episodes that I recommended. 8 episodes spread across 4 different seasons, and with the show being so timeless, I feel. It was a great introduction to a watch-along tradition that I think we should continue as a server. In September, I personally hosted the Server Icon Art Contest. Our server's icon, which you guys have seen in loading screens or waiting screens in between games during our interviews, has not been the only icon that we've used for representing the server. In the past, the icon had looked completely different and has gone through a number of revisions, and the current icon that you see in our loading screen is the most up-to-date one. In October, I hosted a movie watch-along. I hosted 2 runnings of a particularly bad movie, and I won't go into more details, but it was a fun, engaging experience. No commitments expected of a movie that bad. And now, we've made it to November, and we are now hosting the League of Legends tournament in the fall season. This tournament has lasted for 3 weeks, as opposed to the March tournament, which lasted 1 week. It has involved 8 whole teams. Over 40 players have signed up. Many substitutions have slotted in and out throughout the running of the tournament. Many schedule changes have occurred, and now we finally await the grand final stage. Now let's go over some tournament records. The shortest game time in the tournament, to the best of my knowledge, is 26 minutes and 6 seconds in Team Llune's quarterfinals match, Game 2. The longest game time was 46 minutes and 46 seconds, which happened just a few days ago. 2 days ago, we witnessed Straw Hats and New Team Who Dis duke it out in their semifinals match across a 3-game series, maxing out the number of games that we can host for any given matchup. In Game 2, they managed to hit 46 minutes and 46 seconds after massive back-and-forth plays. 7 Elemental Drakes, 1 Elo Dragon, several Barons appeared throughout that entire slugfest. And I was proud to cast the entirety of it. Highest CS per minute, to the best of my knowledge, is 8.7 CS per minute on Green Pizza Garen during one of King Luden's matches, I believe. Or, in one of his team's games, he secured that high of a CS per minute on Garen, although his lane opponent in top lane, Gravekeeper's God, was no slouch either. And both top laners rounded out at around 8.6 to 8.7 CS per minute by the end of their game. And lastly, the final record I have written here is most career games in spring and fall. I've hosted 2 League of Legends tournaments, one in the spring and now one in the fall. The highest record is 9 games by Rainbow Kindred. Rainbow Kindred played 4 games in the spring and 5 games in the fall, totaling out to 9. He is the highest total of all players who have played in the tournament system. And while he may not be playing tonight, he does have the highest record so far, and that record might be broken tonight. And speaking of records, let's look at the rosters that will be playing tonight. Roster number 1 is Chimkin. Top lane is Sleepy Craig, one of the members of Tactical Interest from way back in quarterfinals, will be slotted in for today's game. Jungle is Sentinel Vayne, a player who has swapped from ADC to top lane and now to the jungle role. Mid lane is GreyMercury, ADC is Llune, and support is RinneganSus. And there you guys may see the total number of games they have played from spring to fall. The highest number of games for any given career is GreyMercury at 7. And now for the second roster, New Team Who Dis. This roster comes out of a 3-game series victory from this past Friday. Their top laner is whohehax. Jungler is Full Party Sett. Mid laner is CaffinatedQueen. ADC, unbakedpanic, and support, 0-1. All familiar faces from head to toe here, and it's all members that we've seen this past Friday. And you may notice their total games, and several of them have 8 games throughout their career. Interestingly enough, all 5 of these starting members began their career in the Viving Kingdom League tournament system this fall. And so, those 6 and 8 games were acquired all in the past 3 weeks. And now, let's have a look at all the players that will gather into our lobby. I've created the custom lobby. You guys can admire the League client for just a bit, and I will call for a coin flip. I require coin flip or side selection. And I shall ping 2 of the members to decide on. All 10 members have organized themselves nice and neatly into the voice channels. And this should make it pretty easy to gather everyone. Everyone can make it on time. I am super happy about that. Also, let me know if there are any issues with the sound. I currently don't have any co-hosts, and this will be the first time I use this music bot for including music into the stream. So let me know if it's too loud or too quiet, if the music is overpowering me, or if it's too faint but still a distraction. The players have made their choices, and now I shall flip a coin using good old Google to figure out how to flip this. Chimkin has called for heads, I believe, and new team has called for tails. The outcome, heads it is. I will now require Team Chimkin to decide on which side they will start with in Game 1. And as is usual, between every single set, the teams will have to alternate sides. We'll keep things fresh and make sure that both teams have at least one game worth of exposure for each side of the map. Each side of the map has its own advantages and disadvantages. The most obvious one in-game is Baron and Dragon are on different sides of the map. The map is not symmetrical in League of Legends, and access to these objectives is not symmetrical as well. In order to go to the Dragon Pit from red side, for example, the Dragon Pit opens up to red side. But to get to Dragon Pit from blue side, the bottom left corner of the map, you have to walk across a wall. Team Chimkin have chosen to choose blue side. And so I shall gather all of their members here. Incredible players we have tonight. These players have all played from quarterfinals onwards, making some appearances and disappearances. And now here we are. I'm so excited. Here we are. We've made it at last. I'll now call for ready check. I'll now contact some of the people who voiced some interest in co-hosting as well. So this should be a fairly short ordeal. Currently, I am sitting in this voice chat by myself with this music bot, playing some songs by Riot Games. And at the end of the stream, I'll show you guys all the credits for the Riot Games soundtracks I have used. I'll play this music in the middle of Champ Select, but I won't have it in the middle of the game, I believe. Unless you guys want me to include the lead music in the middle of the game. I have a handful of songs, and the playlist lasts about an hour. So if I were to run for the entire stream, we'll have to loop a couple times. Oh. Looking at the stats. Let's count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Unless I'm misreading. I believe there are not enough ready checks. I've now signaled the players. They're A-OK to go. First ban to come out this grand finals is Morgana, a target ban for 0-1 from new team Whodis, who is playing on red side for game 1. Fiora now comes out, a target ban for, I believe, Sleepy Craig in top lane. Udyr comes out. He has been swiped away from this series. Udyr targets Pool Party Sett's jungle performance, which we saw last Friday on his monstrous Game 3 performance, where he did not die a single time and rampaged throughout the entire map as a ferocious, transforming bear, phoenix, turtle, tiger man. Ooh, we see for round 3, I'm predicting another... Ooh, we got a Diana ban targeting Pool Party Sett, who piloted that in quarterfinals all the way back 3 weeks ago. Pool Party Sett's Diana jungle performance hard carried his team, collecting over a dozen kills, I believe, and becoming so tanky and so bursty that he was unstoppable, a raid boss, so to speak. Now Pike comes out as the third and final ban for round 1 of these picks and bans. One of Blue Side's advantages is getting first pick in the entire map, and so if there is an OP pick that the team would like to secure, then Blue Side is the side to get that. A lot of deliberation we see from chimkin. And they lock in Caitlyn, ADC. Now Red Side has its own advantages as well. Red Side has access to the first duo pick of the match. And so, many teams will lock in their bot lane duos. We see Senna locked in already, and we might see a companion champ for that. Misfortune locked in. 2 marksmen, Senna, Misfortune, bot lane. Everyone gets Hubbard, which would be a pretty interesting pick. I don't believe we've seen him this entire tournament. But if he were to make a debut, then Grand Finals is the grandest of finals that he could appear in. Taliyah gets locked in instead. She is very bursty, and she has great map mobility with her ult. Using that ult is a little tricky, as the terrain can block allies and enemies, and there is some delay as Taliyah does not start surfing immediately. Lux gets picked by RinneganSus. And we see a high artillery comp from Chimkin already. Lots of long-range spells with good poke. And all 3 of those champions can pick off the squishies of new Team Hubis if they are not careful, or if they do not draft the proper dive to counter this poke. Viego gets locked in like before Pool Party Sett. And now we move on to round 2 of picks and bans. Looks like we'll be bringing in our first co-host for tonight. Hello there. I'm now currently streaming, and I am joined by our first co-host. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'll come back stronger.
Now going back to Champ Select, Vex, Aatrox, Gangplank, and LeBlanc are all taken away from the board. And now we go on to the final picks before we eventually head to the end of Champ Select and the start of Spectator Delay. Sion gets locked in for top lane. whohehax has piloted Sion before, I believe. Now GreyMercury in charge of picking the 4th champion for his team.
I'm looking at Red Side, I'm seeing a very strong team fight comp. You've got the Viego with the resets, who's going to do exceptionally well in those 5v5s if he can get in after his front line. And then you've got the Misfortune ult as well. I think they have a lot of choke points in jungle and river, so this looks like a very strong comp.
Yep, they have a strong neutral objective team fighting comp with a lot of ways to control them. With a lot of zone control and a lot of ways to exploit lack of vision. Misfortune, Senna, and Viego can all knock you in the jaw for not playing carefully with vision. And Sion can dive in, charging from way beyond inside the fog of war, and catch people off guard. Now Darius Renekton got locked in as the final picks.
Looks like they're going to go for a very early lane victory in mid and top, which doesn't surprise me given the opponents that they're facing. Try and end the game as quickly as possible from the start, from the look of it.
Yep. I believe that's a Renekton mid lane, Darius top lane, Talia jungle, Caitlyn ADC, Lux supports for the side of Chimkin. And then for new team Who Dis, they have Sion top lane, Viego jungle, Veigar mid lane, Misfortune bots, and Senna support. Got some high damage teams, and one clearly scales better than the other, with 3 infinite stackers on the side of new team, and no such stackers for Chimkin.
I'm definitely excited to see how that matchup mid lane is going to go in particular. I think level 1, level 2 is going to be where Renekton's really going to try and punish Veigar for stepping up. After that, once Veigar has his cage, that's pretty much the cooldown that Renekton needs to play around in lane, because Renekton's a champion that if he doesn't get that early lead, I feel like he tends to fall off quite rapidly.
Yep. Renekton falls off fairly hard. He is a lane bully with his point-and-click CC, and that point-and-click CC leads to a deadly combination with Talia, I just realized, where because Renekton cannot miss his stun unless he somehow hits a ward or a minion, his stun will lock someone in place for, I believe, 1.5 seconds, which is more than enough time for Talia to throw down her full combo and burst a champion down. And even if she does not get a kill, she might burn a flash or collect Dark Harvest, assuming that is the keystone she locks in. And now that we're being joined by another co-host, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Nick. It's nice to meet you all. I've been a part of the server for maybe just over a month now, so not too long. But it's a super great place. I really enjoy it there. I think they're doing a lot of fun stuff. Obviously, this tournament's a great example of that. Yeah, I'm glad to be here and glad to be able to commentate alongside you.
I'm glad to have you along, Nick, and you haven't been on the server for too long compared to some other members, but that's totally fine, and I do appreciate your company, and I do appreciate your company on the stream now as we get to witness this exciting series ahead of us. These are the 2 finalists, having been raised in the community, and now they will duke it out in what I hope is a 3-game series for the Grand Champion position. So I'd like to make some predictions. Given the aggression of Renekton and the synergy it has with Talia jungle, I am expecting a lot of mid lane ganks. Veigar may
I would say that's smart.
Champ that wants to turtle, but given the proper wave management, Veigar might be able to turtle, or Veigar might be forced to shove up.
I think that... Sorry, carry on.
And in the bot lane, we might not see a lot of action except for some stray skill shots being thrown onto... except for some stray CC being thrown onto each bot lane. It's high volatility, and it boils down to mechanics. Who can juke each other better?
Absolutely. If a Lux is landed or if a Senna W is landed, that's going to pretty much be the definition. So I think both parties are probably going to play it pretty safe, look to land poke through Caitlyn Qs and Misfortune Qs rather than force anything too early.
Yep. Now that we're about to head into the game, here we have it. You guys will see the guts of the operation as OBS is now capturing my monitor, but League of Legends is pretty finicky when you try to stream it, and this is the recommendation that they give, that OBS themselves officially give for streaming League of Legends. But now we're about to load into the game. We'll get ready to see all the champions, masteries, and sums. So, we've got a decent amount of aggression. I count 4 ignites. 1 on Lux and Senna, and then 1 on Renekton and Veigar. And looking at masteries, it's evident that every member picked a champion with whom they were comfortable.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit surprised almost by the ignite on the Veigar. That's a very aggressive strategy into that lane, but I think that's probably the best way you have to play it.
It is
It's going to be the best
remarkably
chance of
aggressive,
trading.
yes. Oop. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, Lux hasn't built any items yet. 500 gold still remains in her pockets.
I am seeing that as well.
I wonder if that's been picked up by Chimkin's members before anything has happened.
I hope they will notice.
Currently, CaffinatedQueen sits fairly far up, and Vhagar remains in that bush all alone in top side. Scion awaits, but I wouldn't describe him as in the wings. He's a decent ways away, almost 2 full screens away from this Vhagar. So far, no early game aggression. Renekton might be the one to break this. CaffinatedQueen walks away.
It looks like Lux based and did not buy still.
Oop.
That is concerning. Oh, no, okay, never mind.
Lux has bought her Spelthief's Edge and her 2 potions, so the day is saved, everyone. We don't have to worry. Now, both junglers will start in the bot sides of the map. Pretty common, and the bot side leash is simply more desirable than a top side one. If you were to leash in top side, not only do you have only one person to leash with you, but you would also potentially disrupt the top lane matchup, and given Darius versus Scion, that could explode out of control, especially because Darius is being piloted by Sleepy Craig, one of the main carries we saw in round 1 of quarterfinals of this entire tournament. Mid laners and soon to be top laners will hit level 2. Sleepy Craig has hit level 2 first on the Darius, and that is quite fearsome. On the bot side, we see the trade of skill shots that we predicted back in Camp Select. And it's very high volatility. It comes down to execution, and what might be favorable in one day might turn around in another day. Oh, Renekton goes for a first major trade, chunking down almost half of CaffinatedQueen's health, and GreyMercury, while stuck in the cage, does not get stunned by the walls of the Vhagar E. He does take a lot of damage, however, and while he loses half his health, the Vhagar simultaneously has to chug both potions that he carried to lane. So, both junglers now find themselves in the top sides of the map, and I am fairly certain that these junglers are aware of each other's presence as well. TLW throws down the rocks, preventing Sett from dashing away. Pulled party Sett gets pulled, stunned, and first blood goes over to the Taliyah. Chimkin get the first blood of this entire best-of-3 series, and this might spiral into a series of plays around the map. Starting in top side, Sleepy Craig carries on the top side aggression by chunking down whohehax underneath his own turret, making sure that the undead Juggernaut does not have space to breathe.
That was a very smart play up from Renekton, pushing in that wave, making sure he had the opportunity to rotate up into the river. I think when you're looking at the clock, as a jungler, you should know around that 3:30 mark is when you're going for the scuttle grab always, and it's usually going to be top side. Yep. Looks like Pool Party Sett is now actually in the bot side jungle.
Yep, Pool Party Sett and TLW have discovered each other again. TLW has to flash away, and the Taliyah scoots away on her little rock, throws out the catapult, but that is not enough, and Pool Party Sett gets a revenge kill. Even playing as the Taliyah in just a little bit, and like Taliyah herself, can't access these bot side Krugs. And so that is this for that, played between the two junglers who have bumped into each other twice in just 4 minutes of in-game time.
That is a very aggressive play, but very smart as well, obviously. I think one of the easiest things to do as a jungler is when you get killed in your first rotation. It's very easy to, you know, get down on yourself and start turtling in the farm. Looks like Pool Party Sett did not do that, and he's still applying pressure in Taliyah's jungle. Yep.
whohehax remains in top side with very little mana, and Sleepy Craig lands a full 5 stacks of hemorrhage onto the Scion. Now Taliyah and Viego fight each other once again, and Pool Party Sett gouges with its Vihander once more and goes 2-2. with a kill claimed back by the Renekton in mid lane, placing him 1 full kill above the Veigar and giving him some much-needed gold to potentially spiral out of control in this mid lane matchup. CaffinatedQueen has no mana. She gets stunned. She gets sliced and dice. She has to flash away, and Renekton doesn't dash away because he is the apex predator in this lane.
It's very risky for CaffinatedQueen to stay. Yeah, looks like she's going to probably recall, I hope. Risk staying under that. I think Renekton can even die with double buffs, to be honest.
Yeah, CaffinatedQueen is making a risky play here for lingering even just a little bit, having disrupted her recall earlier. And it looks like she will now recall as Viego has arrived to absorb the wave. Viego with this Ember Knife does not have any XP or gold penalties for farming CES.
This is a fantastic early start for Viego, to be honest. Level 5 already, looking to be probably level 6 before 7 minutes. Already halfway to level 6, and I'm sure he sees something going on top lane now.
Yep, in top lane, TLW makes a gang, throwing out the catapult and the rocks. Sleepy Craig gets the execute, and Noxian Guillotine kills the Scion, the fellow subject of Noxus. But in Noxus, it is do or die, it is survival of the fittest, and Darius is the more fit. Scion, despite his death, immediately teleports back to mitigate the losses from falling in combat, and the junglers of both teams disperse into their jungles, with Tulia grabbing the topside Scuttlecraft to secure some vision and extra farm. And we saw that Renekton roamed up to the topside river after having shoved in the wave against the Veigar. Another example of how control of the mid lane and priority are crucial concepts in organized play. And we see another kill in topside. Sleepy Craig gets another kill onto whohehax. I will rewind the footage. In the middle of recalling, Sleepy Craig immediately cuts the recall. No going home just yet. The game's still going on. We're going into overtime. And Sleepy Craig on his Dunkmaster Darius gets the play against that Scion.
I think that was an incredibly risky play from Scion to be making that play when you've just used your teleport. I think you have to be fully confident in your ability to kill. That's really going to set him behind at this point. It looks like the wave is pushing towards him, so he's not going to miss too much on XP, but he's given his opposing laner a huge lead in terms of damage now, and he's going to really struggle into the next 10 minutes of lane.
I saw a kill occur in the mid lane, and so I'll pull back footage. And CaffinatedQueen gets a clean kill onto the Renekton, who seemed to play too greedily as he approached the Veigar's turret and got nuked by a Q, W, and a Primordial Burst on top of that. R button of Veigar is point and click, and you cannot avoid instant death. Talia and Veigar now scuffle with each other. Neither of them have their flashes. Talia lands the catapult and gets the kill onto CaffinatedQueen. 2-2-2, and now tied up in kills versus her counterpart Viego in the jungle. Viego now gets the Cloud Drake, which is totally uncontestable, and with a bot side push, it would be suicide if anyone were to roam up from Chimkin's roster to try and claim it. Sleepy Craig has a big push into whohehax's turret, possibly looking to do more damage beneath the red side top laner's turret, and roam as well. The Rift Herald is alive, but neither team has wards on this objective, and despite that, Renekton and Darius both have shoved up their respective lanes, and so any sneak would be hazardous. In the bot side, we see two bot lane duos trading some skill shots, one after the other, expending mana, but no kills at all between these two, and this is the only lane in which the junglers have not made themselves appear. But except now, I stand corrected. Talia throws down the wall, but cuts off her fellow laners. Throws down the catapult. That might be the slow and the gap closer that her team needs. Lux goes for a flash Q, but the light binding does not catch anyone, and no one has to walk in a body bag. Lux throws out the ult. 0-1 almost dies. 9 HP on the Sentinel, one of the lowest max health, base health champions in the game, but she does not fall despite that. And with all this effort committed into the bot side, Viego can invade the top side of TLW and acquire some farm lead for himself. And he now has access to a decent amount of gold, 3,600 in total. Still behind his counterpart in the jungle, but with that much gold, he has nearly enough for a completed Blade of the Ruin King based on this recurve bow purchase. Now Viego goes for a Rift Herald take, which could be risky as both Darius and Renekton are shoved up in their waves, and they can easily roam down to Viego and duel him. Taliyah lingers in the bot side, and we see that a bot side play might be possible, although there is a control ward in the way to deter any ganks. And both ADCs, crucially, still have both of their sons in the mid lane. CaffinatedQueen had slain GreyMercury. Let's see what happens here. GreyMercury goes for 2 dashes. He gets a stun, he Qs, and he's got a decent amount of rage built up right now, but he's getting poked down pretty hard, and after being lit on fire, he's lit into nothingness. Now TLW looks to get a return kill, throws the catapult, tries to predict something, but does not land anything. And now CaffinatedQueen walks away underneath her turret, but walks up, and she gets Q'd and autoed to death, slugged by 2 rocks. And now there's even more fighting all across the map. Darius and Sion now fighting it out, but it turns out it's not a 1v1, it's not even a 2v2. The whole team is watching, the whole audience is watching, and Sleepy Craig falls. And the fed Darius gets possessed by Viego, who now dribbles down the court and ults, throwing down the Rift Herald to mitigate part of the lead that Sleepy Craig has acquired for himself. That 1,100 gold lead might soon dissipate with all these turret plates, and with that kill gold and bounty given over. Pings coming out in mid lane as well. 2 turret plates acquired by TLW, and in the bot side, still poking between these 2 bot lanes with no kills so far in between them.
I am looking at 2 junglers who are really looking to snowball. Looking at that purchase from Taliyah in specific, looking at that Magi Soul Stealer, already 7 stacks. That's a very hyper-aggressive first item rush. Not just the Darksteel, but the full Magi's. I'm keen to see if she can keep that up. That's going to be very troublesome if she manages to get her full stacks and start moving around the map with that move speed.
You might see a massive play here in the bot side. Oh, speaking of junglers trying to extend their leads, here's TLW on the Taliyah again. And 0-1 gets blown apart. He went from half health to 0. He exploded. He combusted. And that is the support of new team who just annihilated. But the Annihilator, the Primordial Destroyer, Veigar, the fan of Mordekaiser, gets lasered in the face but still survives, looking to get some kills. She has to walk away without a play to show for it, and that is all we'll see from the mid lane of new team. In the mid lane, we might see full party Sett go on to GreyMercury here. Renekton and Viego now meet face to face. Viego does a ton of damage. Renekton has to burn his ult to survive just a little longer. Viego doesn't have his ult, but he has a lot of range. 175 range with that great sword is formidable, and you cannot escape Mr. Crocodile. You have fallen. In top side, Sleepy Craig kills whohehax beneath his turret, and he throws him around a little bit before queuing a little more and spins that backboard onto the undead giant. Viego discovers another soul laner for himself. He burns the red smite. He gets smacked by the Q. Sleepy Craig tries to retaliate. He's burned extremely low, and full party Sett gets possessed the man one more time. 6-6 with massive aerial. That Dunk Master Darius is formidable, but he is not unstoppable. He cannot outplay the full party Sett this time. Second Drake the game gets secured by the blue side team, and where a play gets made in one side of the map, the opposite jungler makes a play on the opposite side of the map. And like you said, Nick, we see 2 junglers who are trying to extend their leads. One maybe a little more successful than the other, but still both teams are extremely close with just 600 gold to separate them after 13 minutes of play. Ooh. Oh, RinneganSus lands a full combo onto unbakedpanic, who just hopped back into lane as Valblade Misfortune, and Caitlyn throws out an ace in the hole as well to chunk down the ADC, who has to recall after having just come back from base as well. Viego and Veigar push forward, and GreyMercury gets exploded. 1-4-2 now, 3-2 for the Veigar. Pool party Sett flashes forward and smites in order to steal the red buff. TLW has to play a little cautious because he'll have to duel the Viego in his own jungle without vision. RinneganSus throws out some spells as Lux in order to get some vision. An artillery champ should not be face checking the darkness. She throws out her Q, her light binding, chunks down 0-1 significantly. 0-1 gets burned down, and with some supplemental damage from that Caitlyn, that is a kill going over to RinneganSus on the support Lux, who is building Ludens apparently, but Viego has captured his Taliyah counterpart in the jungle once more. Pool party Sett still looks for a play. He avoids 2 skill shots. He throws down an ult, but the Heartbreaker doesn't do a whole ton of damage. Caitlyn has low mana though. Shut down, claimed in the mid lane by Darius, who dribbles down to the bot side, getting ready to ambush this this pool party Sett on Viego if he is not careful, and he retreats to his Gromp where he can lifesteal and ultimately get the healing from Gromp in order to heal back a significant amount of health. Unbakedpanic might be in danger this time. She's on warded vision. I'm not sure if she knows that. She runs towards her Viego Senna for some backup. She's still frontlining though, entering into a dark area. RinneganSus throws out a Q, roots the ADC. Sleepy Craig runs towards the Misfortune, but with Misfortune's W, she can run away. Full Party says unstoppable, having killed the Caitlyn in bot side. Now Renekton is in his lonesome. He ults. He might get kited by the Viego. Full Party Sett completely alone now. Darius tries to hack him down, but that is not enough. Now Darius is the one hacking down the Renekton. Renekton is the one hacking down the Viego. Shut down. 650 gold bounty goes over to the Crocodile. Some much needed gold. And now with that, we see 700 gold in the lead for that Crocodile just off that one kill. Misfortune Senna now push in, not ready to quit. RinneganSus extremely low health, low mana. This fighting just does not stop in the top side. Sign has pushed in that turret, and now the Taliyah was considering recalling, but has to cover the wave even more, otherwise the Sign will claim this turret. And there is so much action in this rift right now.
This is already a very intense game. I think there was a really cool play by Pool Party Sett just about a minute ago. He had killed Caitlyn, placed a trap down over the wall, managed to trap Darius to get a full ult on top of him. That's some really nice synergy and usage of that Viego soul-taking passive right there. I was very impressed by that.
It's good that you observed that, as Viego is one of the most difficult champions in the game to master, since you need to learn everyone else's QWE combos as well, and being able to throw down a Caitlyn trap in order to use Viego ult is a very smart play.
I am also noticing that Taliyah did lose all her stacks from an engage a few minutes ago, so that Magi is now sitting there having soaked up 1,700 gold or so. That's not a very gold efficient purchase in its current state, so that's quite unfortunate.
Yep.
And that's definitely going to set her behind compared to her jungle counterpart, who's now got 2 core items.
Yep. With 0 stacks of glory on the Magi Soul Stealer, Taliyah doesn't have a whole lot of value from her items, and as you point out, Viego has instead 2 core items, both lifesteal related, and it looks like we're going to see another team fight brewing over this Drake. Both teams move back and forth in the jungle. Now Sion is ulting in from the top side. He might plow straight into the team of Chimkin right now. He reunites with his team. GreyMercury gets exploded. Ultimately last hit gets picked up by 0-1. Pool Party Sett throws down an ultimate onto RinneganSus, targeting the support. This is a little bit of deja vu. He's killed a bunch of supports before. whohehax gets kited. Unbakedpanic kites. Sleepy Craig falls. Llune gets caught. Caitlyn autos a bit. Procs Kraken Slayer onto Sion in order to deal some true damage versus that tank. 0-1 postures back and forth. TLW fishing for some engages. He's caught in the cage though. He gets blown up as a bird in a cage. And now 0-1 whohehax, unbakedpanic, CaffinatedQueen move towards the Mountain Drake, which may be rightfully theirs as there is no steal tool available. The final spark by Lux is not ready yet, and with the unknown amount of and with all the unknowns lingering around in vision-wise in this game, blue side don't even have this Drake spotted. The Drake will fall without contest. any more contests from blue side.
I will say they're still pretty close on gold overall, close on kills as well. I think it's the objectives as well. It's one more dragon. It's still anyone's game to take, so it's exciting to watch. This is a very action-packed game so far. So,
yep. We were hyped for a series, and they are delivering 26 kills in less than 20 minutes. And with the kill difference being only 2 between the teams, and with the gold difference being about 1,000 between them, this is a very tense game. We're seeing Darius and Renekton perform not as great as the game goes on. It hasn't even been 20 minutes yet, but given enough time, the champions of red side may outscale their counterparts. But we'll see. The game is still very close, and the Drake difference isn't that big either. Viego goes in onto RinneganSus, lands the stun, but he gets rooted in return. He throws down the Unstoppable in order to not suffer any more CC, but TLW has clean a kill on the pool party Sett, and the Viego's taken down for the count. 35 seconds remaining on that recall. Renekton won't be able to catch anyone else due to the cage from the Veigar. Powerful zone control. Veigar has to flash away, though, because Talia spells would have otherwise hit him, and now Sleepy Craig marches forward. He's still got Ghost in hand. He throws out the hook. He calls a foul play, and RinneganSus is the one who gets the kill on a killing spree on that Lux with 2 components of Luden's now. Lost Chapter and Blasting Bond. Now this mid lane turret might be in danger because you've got 2 ranged champions ready to smack this turret. And that turret has only 700 gold to the dot remaining in terms of health. And Zero Watch just gets chunked there. Talia is a burst champion. And with 6 stacks now, those stacks might be erased as Sion goes straight towards the Caitlyn, who tried to eat away, but flew into a wall, and Sion flashes forward, gets exhausted, but the tired Sion still gets a kill. He throws out a Q. Renekton gets kited and auto to death by Senna. Now Sleepy Craig marching forward. He marches forward 1v4 though, as his team members are both squishies and they cannot directly follow and engage. whohehax gets taken super low. Senna autos the ward with her Umbral Glaive and they walk away. The fight seems to have dissipated. But no, wait, there's still more violence. 0-1 gets hit by a Lux E and takes a lot of damage, gets hit by a Lux Q and takes a lot of damage, and Lux gets hit by a Veigar combo and takes a lot of damage. The damage just does not stop, and the fighting doesn't stop in this. And the fighting will never stop as Viego goes in, killing the enemy jungler once again. Sleepy Craig has to run away. He throws out a hook to slow things down just a bit, but there are 3 more members with ready eyes on him, and they claim his life.
I believe they're going to go for a Baron here. That seems like the correct call. They've managed to get rid of all the big threats on the enemy team, so...
Yep. All the
ones who can contest in the pit. I unfortunately, as a Caitlyn, it's hard to walk into a pit with 4 people alive. The Renekton can, but the Renekton's quite behind, so...
If Caitlyn were the one securing this Baron, then it would be extremely difficult to walk into her because she can lay down all those traps, and Renekton is exactly the best face checker in the game, especially with this Blade of the Rune King rush build. Renekton is now building an Aegis item, which indicates that he may be switching to a tank mythic. Having not snowballed as hard as he may with that 1.0 KDA and 6 deaths. Renekton is not out of the game though, and with that build he can still burst quite a bit. He's got press the attack, and now an objective bounty has been claimed. First turret secured by blue side team this game at 22 minutes.
It looks like they're pushing towards that 1-3-1 strategy, which I'm not surprised about in the slightest, because when I look at red team right now, I don't think they have someone who can match both side laners at the same time without losing a lot of their power in their team fight. Viego is pretty much needed to handle what's going on mid, and so is Veigar. And no one else on their team, except for Sion, should be matching a side laner. So that leaves the other lane wide open if they want to do that.
Oh, Sleepy Craig goes for a serious engage, but now he's caught in the middle of 4 people. He gets ulted, and now he's totally surrounded left, right, up, down. It doesn't matter where you move. You will find a red health bar to stop you, and now Viego pushes forward even more to scour the remaining members of blue side team on this bot side of the map. unbakedpanic is on a killing spree now. I'll pull back the footage. Lux gets ready to roam around these Krugs. Oh, but she unfortunately gets detected by the Viego, and Lux player has been detected. unbakedpanic claims the kill onto RinneganSus, making her 3-0-3. 2 deaths less the Lux. GreyMercury has to tank all that damage and cannot escape despite throwing out the Renekton ult, and Pool Party Sett runs away, acting as a crocodile for this day. Sion charges down top side. He is extremely deep in enemy territory, but there's not likely anyone who can stop him, as these two champions right now are both squishies. They do have a decent amount of damage, but Taliyah misses the displacement, and blue turret in mid lane is killed. The Sion just walks away, pretty happy with himself. The damage he has caused is permanent, as turrets will not respawn. Unlike your buddies, that turret will never come back from the grave.
Sion did an excellent job there of drawing focus, allowing his team to push both mid and the dragon, giving them a really big lead now. I think it's starting to snowball a little bit on the red side. And given their comp, I'm struggling to see. They would have to make quite a few series of misplays to throw this away so far. Obviously, you've got a Fed Misfortune. You got a Senna who's scaled very well with how many stacks now? 67 stacks, so she's doing quite well. The Sion has already 700 bonus HP almost, so that's a very exciting time for these guys who are infinitely scaling, and even the Vigar with 174 bonus AP. So they're getting nice into that mid-game state where they can really start showing off their champions.
Yep. That Veigar currently has 422 AP, built up from 174 stacks of phenomenal evil power. Misfortune's got 208 AD, and Senna has 67 stacks, as Nick has just pointed out. The Baron buff has worn out now for red side team, but new team who does still hold an advantage in this game with about a 6k gold lead in their favor. Oh, Renekton leans forward, but he now walks away as Senna and Misfortune are both in the bot side. Veigar pushes mid lane 1v2, and Sion fights with a Viego in the wings, although unknown to Viego there is a ward there. And now, after Darius pushes up, he has to 1v2 the Viego, and with the Senna laser, it's a 1v3 across the map. There is no numbers advantage for this Darius, and as he tries to dribble away, he gets taken down for the count. And now Viego has 10 kills for himself. He is a driving force this game, and if you were to burst down to Viego, you'll still have to get through his Guardian Angel, his third item of the game, a powerful symbol of the snowball that he has achieved this game. TLW gets caught out. He gets sliced apart in less than a second. He loses almost all his health. Viego pushes forward a little bit, but doesn't go any farther. Oh, Llune gets bursted by the Primordial Burst, and whohehax is ultimately the one to get the kill onto the Caitlyn. In bot side, we got some pings coming out from the blue side team, looking to cover this bot side turret. Lux, with her mage items, will cover it. TLW pushes forward. I've now been... the spectator client suddenly reset itself, but now we're back into the action. whohehax is extremely low, and he might be the prime target of choice, but not with this cage in the way. Shut down! Claimed by Taliyah. That might be the necessary kill that she needs. Her KDA is now 555. Just dial this number, and Taliyah will be there in time with her ult. Veigar looks to recall, and Darius in the meantime pushes towards the enemy mid lane, pushes in the enemy mid lane while Senna walks away. And looking at objective timers, Baron will spawn in 36 seconds and Drake in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
That's a potential mountain soul for the red team, so I'm sure they're very anxious to get their hands on that.
Yep. That mountain soul will help immensely, as the two melee champs of new team Fuji consist of a Sion and a Viego. Sion would love the extra tanky stats, while Viego would love to survive some initial burst as he bursts down other champs himself.
Absolutely, and given the hyper-aggressive playstyle we've seen from Pool Party Sett, I think that shield might be the difference in the few fights that go on in the future. Obviously, that's contingent on them actually getting the Drake, but we shall see. It looks like it's an open contest, and Sion is pushing top currently.
Sion is pushing top, and there's no one to answer him, although it's hard to say if Chimkin can afford to send any members into the top side as they need to get this Drake. Otherwise, the Drake will be secured, and Sleepy Craig has to burn his flash, but even then, he still falls to full party set on Viego, this monster of a man. Viego has unleashed the Ruination onto the blue side team, and there he goes, double kill, triple kill. Can he get any more multi-kills? Well, it seems no one else is left alive in the bot side for him to claim, and RinneganSus is busy in the top side, fending off whohehax on the Sion, who is wailing away at this turret without much bother. The Lux's spells might hurt someone else, but they won't hurt this full tank Sion, who now has a triple stack Mountain Soul to survive with. And so if Lux, as long as her spells go on cooldown, that Mountain Soul shield will refresh. So Chimkin sit in this very difficult time with a 9k gold difference between the two teams now, and the scaling power of red side team is showing quite clearly, as CaffinatedQueen has gained many kills throughout this game, and this Veigar, who was faced against a lane bully of a matchup, now has 510 AP. Darius goes towards this Veigar, throws out a hook, but ultimately gets killed in return, where Darius once had 5 kills and a few deaths. He now has 5 kills and 9 deaths. This Darius has been unable to secure many kills afterwards, and Sion charges into the team. Lux has to flash, GreyMercury has to be the sacrifice, and Llune dashes away with Caitlyn, burning both her sums, and kites away. Ooh. And now the Viego gets another kill, dropping himself onto the Caitlyn. And now looking for more. He is extremely low, though. He does have the Guardian Angel, and without a fear of death, he explodes the Talia of blue side, and this might be the end of the game. 32 kills to 15, 31 minutes into the game. Both Nexus turrets get shredded by the roster of new team. And now Sleepy Craig marches forward, but it is all for naught. This is the last stand for game 1. And congratulations, new team Who Dis. Red side team has claimed the lead 1-0 in this series.
That was an incredible show of that scaling comp right there, and I think Viego was just able to utilize that Mountain Soul so well in that last fight right there, able to really apply the pressure. And I think what was originally a very close game, just maybe 10 in-game minutes ago, or 10 real minutes ago, is already snowballed just towards that victory. Looking at it now, 33-15 with a 13k gold lead. That's an incredible difference to what we were looking at just a very short while ago.
Yep. Game managed to snowball after just a handful of plays, and where we once saw an extremely even game with less than 1k gold between the teams, it soon ballooned into far more than that. And now, as we take a little break, I will enter the voice chats of both of our teams and ask them some interview questions, and you're free to join me as well and ask them a couple questions yourself.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Alrighty. So, Nick, which team are we going to interview first? Shall it be new team Who Dis, or shall it be Chimkin?
Let's interview new team Who Dis first. I'm sure they're quite eager to speak. I'm sure they're quite excited as well.
Alrighty. I'll bring myself down there, and I will bring you down there as well. Howdy there, guys.
Hello.
Okay.
Congratulations on securing game 1 of the series. You now lead 1-0. So, I hope you guys are feeling great after this first victory, and it was an exciting game. A lot of fighting and a lot of back and forth. So we are not disappointed.
That early jungle battle in particular was very close. I think both Mason and both Pool Party Sett and TLW were both pushing a lot. They both did the most damage on their respective teams and the 2 highest damage scores in the game. I think I'd like to hear your comments, Pool Party Sett, on what you were doing in that jungle battle early to try and keep your mark on the game and keep your lead ahead of TLW.
I'm like 90% sure he's getting water right now.
Okay, that's what.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, he's currently in the bathroom. Just wait a minute, real quick.
Any other questions in the meantime?
Any other questions in the meantime? Well, I'll ask a question about the game itself.
Oh, what?
There he goes. He's back.
Okay.
Yeah, they asked like a very specific question to you immediately.
A very specific question. What's the question?
About like the jungle battle early game and how you felt about it.
What were you doing to keep yourself in the game when the beginning was between you and TLW? It was very close when you guys were being aggressive.
Oh, just keep going aggressive because freaking Viego is so much better at dueling than Talia. If I just keep, I don't know, inting myself into him, I get a kill. If he gets a kill, we just win.
Well, that is a good philosophy to have, and Viego is obviously the far better duelist in that matchup. Seeing the constant aggression, we knew from the jungle pathing of both junglers that you guys would inevitably bump into each other time and time again as you roam through the map, just as a natural consequence of the way your champs would farm that game. Both you guys started bot side, ended up facing each other top side, and then returned to bot side where you guys faced each other again, and so on. Alrighty. Now I'd like to ask another question. I'd like to ask a question of my own about that last game. At what point, this is a classic grand old question that you can apply to basically any game, and I've raised it many times in interviews in the past, but at what point did you guys feel that at what point would be considered the turning point of this game? When was it no longer even?
You know, the point where I saw Mason just randomly walk into mid lane and half HP the Renekton with like 3 auto attacks was around the point I'm like, I think you're gonna like do good this game.
Yeah, I was slapping that guy around too. Like he did really well, and I very much. It was a great match, but I just feel like him going into like turret dives while I had cage up was not the best decision, you know. So we kind of turned the tide there.
I feel like probably after like 10-15 minutes, our communication on this game was pretty spot on, very phenomenal when it came to doing group fights. They kept trying to force fights that they weren't going to win. I think that's where they started going wrong, because going into Viego was very strong and having like Senna or Misfortune who can literally peel like crazy, and like being super far back with her ulti, and then Vigar with his CC. You want to be careful. Like when playing against us, you'd want to make a pick before you even try to make a full out fight. So I think literally after 15-20 minutes, we probably had it in the bag, especially since we're late game scaling. So after that point, once you get past like the 20-30 minutes, we just continually get stronger and stronger. So
I see.
We just got really ahead relatively fast.
Well, that's pretty admirable. I'm hearing what seems like a dream team setup with the level of coordination you guys had, and if all 5 members are alive, then those 5 bodies will begin flying down into the battlefield before the enemy knows what's happening. So that's pretty cool. So another question I would like to raise involves another question about the game, or I'd like to raise involves something that's more out of the game. Leading into semis and now the grand finals, how much have you guys practiced as a team?
So I think more lines what we did is we practiced in certain groups, like whoever was able to play, we tried to make an effort to practice, even if it was like 2 of us or if it was 3 of us. At least we were able to work on certain roles. Like I think me and Unbaked probably practiced the most together. We did a lot of just bot lanes. We had ones where we were playing with Mason, so jungle and bot, and then we had a couple times where we were able to play with all 5 of us. We didn't practice as a team, like a 5-man, very often. I think we did like maybe like 2 or 3 times within these last week and the week prior. But it was just a lot of little ones here and there.
given
So
the haphazard nature of scheduling anything, it would be hard to get 5 specific players to group up for an organized event, but I'm glad that you guys could find some way to play as a team, and that level of preparation and comfort can mean the difference in performing well or performing not so well on game day.
Yeah.
So, Nick, if you have any other questions for the team, then I invite you to ask them. And if not, then I've got a fun hypothetical of my own to continue my tradition.
I have just one question. How are you guys feeling overall? Because I know that was probably, looking into that game at the beginning, you were facing 2 very strong laners in Renekton and Darius. I think you guys managed to keep your cool and managed to keep composed. So how are you guys feeling ahead of game 2?
So for me, I knew I could win into Renekton, just specifically the champion versus the champion I picked. I was able to keep a cool, level head and just focus on what I was doing and CSing. And whenever he came on to me, I would auto him and cage him, and he would back off. So I felt like I was in control in my lane.
When I'm playing Zion, I'm not exactly playing to win the lane unless I know I can. When I know I can't, what I end up doing is just sitting there and getting EXP. And if I die, it's usually because I wanted to stop them from getting EXP for some reason.
I see.
Feels like I haven't played Viego in about a month, so I was a little nervous for the first couple minutes, but after running it down for 2 kills for 2 deaths, I think it was pretty much sealed, so I wasn't really worried at all after that, as long as we just didn't int and play a slow game.
Gotcha. Well, it seems like you more than broke your expectations this game. And after not playing Viego for who knows how long, you did pretty well. 15 kills is nothing to laugh at in a League of Legends match. Alrighty.
As for me, I was a little worried, just in the beginning, only because I know we have a pretty solid team comp. I was just a little worried because the early kills on Darius is a very scary thing, seeing as once Darius starts to snowball, it can get pretty scary. But I mean, he played it off really well. I think he died 2 or 3 times within 10 minutes, but then after that, it was just all about lane presence. He was there roaming with his ulti and getting engages. Like, even if Sion dies, he's got his second wind or whatever where he comes back up and he's able to do more damage regardless.
Yep.
And he's got mass CC, so it's like even if he does die a lot, he still has a lot of help that he can give to his team. So I wasn't really worried about that. Not to mention Veigar played really well mid and was able to dish the damage out, and just her positioning was really good.
Nice.
And then bot lane, our only objective was to, if we could win early, otherwise just play smart and not die. And I think the only reason I even died bot lane was because of the 4-man gank between Renekton, Talia ulting in, blocking me off, and then the reason I died is because I didn't have flash and Misfortune did. So it was an unfortunate situation, but I mean, out of retrospect, we all played really fucking well, especially Mason. Mason did really well this game, definitely MVP this game.
Got you. Well, if there are no other comments as to how you guys approached this game mentally, then I would like to ask my fun hypothetical. So, throughout this tournament, we've gone through 3 whole weeks of gameplay. We haven't played for 3 weeks straight, but after 3 weeks, we finally made it to the grand finals. My question's pretty simple. Were you guys expecting to be in the finals? And now that you're here, how do you feel about knowing that you might be only 1 game away from winning it all?
You go.
So first off, no, didn't really, because I don't know, definitely didn't feel like playing jungle, I can say that much. But I mean, it's cool, it's nice, definitely a fun experience.
So I'm hearing that the tournament has been a fun experience, and the role selection was a little unexpected, but things have turned out for the better, it seems. What about the rest of you guys?
In my case, I feel like I kind of like int every game, you know. So I was very much not expecting to be here, but and it's a little stressful. But honestly, I've been having fun through the whole thing, and I've genuinely enjoyed my time.
Nice.
Especially co-oping with teammates and not yelling at each other because we're actually pretty good at that.
Oh.
I don't know about that. I yelled quite a bit.
Yeah,
there's,
but your
like-
yelling was helpful.
So there's like two reasons why I was like, we're definitely making it in the finals. So, number one, everyone on our team, despite whatever they think, is really good individually. Mason plays really solidly overall. Cap, despite selling herself short, will also play consistently good. I usually don't lose too hard. Unbaked is really good at analysis and also playing ADC in general. And Cyclo, despite getting like banned out a lot, is actually really chill. Not tiltable, plays very solidly as well. So since we all individually do well, I'm like, we're probably gonna make it fun. And secondly, all of us had like lost once prior, so it was just like the anime thing to do. So it was just like clip.
Yes. We might be familiar with the story of T1 versus DRX, where the team DRX had basically no hopes going into the World Championship. They were the fourth and final team to come from Korea after coming off two questionable 5-game series. They landed in play-ins. They secured their victory through that. They went through the group stage, and they went through a 5-game quarter series, a 4-game semis, and a 5-game finals to finally win it all. The dark horse of the tournament. So, things are pretty exciting, and I hope we have a banger of series. So, yeah, I'm happy to talk with you guys. So, best of luck in this next coming game, and just remember that when I create the custom lobby, side selection will have to alternate. So you guys will need to be in the blue
Bad side
of the map.
Oh, blue side, my bad.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, Nick, we will now head over to the Chimkin lobby. I will carry you right there.
Sounds good.
Whoa.
Brendan has
Howdy,
finally
guys.
decided
Hello.
to grace us with his
Hello.
presence.
Hello, hello.
Well, howdy, guys. Congratulations on making it to grand finals. And while you guys have lost this first game, your team is not out for the count, and I do see tons of hope and potential in your roster. So to start out, I would like to ask everyone, how is everyone doing today? Because it is
I'm
important to
fantastic.
mental reset and make sure that everyone is in high spirits as we head to play this video game.
I'm doing pretty good.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I think
Mental's
that-
reset.
Yeah,
That sums it up.
it sums it up. Like you just say "wow," and then that's
Wow.
like, yeah, exactly. Wow. That's my current state of being right now, Lyndon.
Okay. What about the rest of you guys? Any more elaboration, or are we going to go with the bruh sound effect?
Bro,
Oh,
sound effect.
The bro.mp3 is pretty good.
Okay.
Indeed.
It's concise, and it is expressive, which is exactly what you would want in a piece of writing. And there are some people who can write for forever in academic context. It is a drag. But anyways, I've got another question for you guys, and then I'll pass on the floor to Nick here. My next
Alright.
question is about what happened in-game.
We got draft diffed.
Yeah,
Draft dift.
Viego just has a better dueling potential than Talia, of course. So if he just gets like on top of me, I'm just dead no matter what.
I got you.
I picked Darius into Veigar Misfortune, and we had a Renekton mid, so that was the draft diff.
I see.
That's
Well,
about it.
Beyond a draft dift, what you guys would consider was the strongest point in the game for your team composition? So at what point did the right people get fed and stand as the strongest you would ever be in that game one?
Strongest ever was when I got the first kill. Then it went downhill from there.
When I was 2-0, Lamo.
Yeah.
That do be it.
Anyone else?
I think me first buying Magi's was very droll and not worth.
That was going to be a question I was going to ask you
no,
about.
it was just a power move. But
Oh.
power move did not work out.
Anything else from
like-
the rest of you guys?
I feel like in general, I played pretty passive throughout the whole game, so I don't think that I did anything. I feel like I should have done more, been more proactive when it came to team fights or skirmishes. But I also I felt like when my enemy laner started getting fed was when I kind of started losing my relevance.
I gotcha. Any news from RinneganSus, the support?
Just unlucky game, bro.
Well, we can move past this game because game 2 is a new day. It is a brand new champ select and a brand new rift to play on. The dragons might not be the same, and the fights might not be the same.
Yeah.
Now, Nick, if you've got any questions to ask these players of Chimkin, then you are free to ask them.
Sure, I've got a couple. I'm gonna single a few people out because I'm curious, and this is not meant as a dig or as praise either. I'm not picking sides. Firstly, I think that was definitely a game that in the beginning it was your guys' to lose. You had a pretty good lead in a couple different lanes. Top lane definitely had a pretty strong lead, I think, before Viego was able to get up there, and jungle as well. You were pretty on par. What decisions do you think attributed to perhaps that tide turning? There was a point for most of the game, at least up until maybe the 20-minute mark, where you were even on gold, even on items, and pretty even on objectives too. So do you think there's one pinpointed fight? Is it that second dragon fight or that third dragon fight, you think? Or do you think there's one particular fight that really, turned the tide of the game for you guys?
I think me ego challenging Mason in the jungle twice as Talia versus Viego kind of cost us the game because he just got very ahead very quickly and just snowballed very fast, and there was nothing we could really do to stop him at that point.
There was some really good roams from top lane down mid. I did see that. The difficulty, unfortunately, was that I think at that point Viego was strong enough that it was possible for them to 4v5 so their Sion could continue to push, and I think he was able to come back into the game even though you had quite soundly pushed him back and made him struggle on gold and XP for a good percentage of the game. So that must have been quite frustrating. Do you think you guys are going to go for... actually, I'm not going to ask this because I don't want you to spill your tactics for next game, but there was definitely an idea of trying to go for that double lane bully for this round, so I'm curious to see what you guys do next game.
All I'm going to say is Uno.
Alrighty. I am interested in how you guys draft for this coming game and how you guys play as well, because it is clear that this team of 5 holds the self-awareness to understand what went right, what went wrong, and so you can change up what's going to happen next. Now I'd like to ask a fun hypothetical and make sure that we all keep our heads high this game. If you were to pick your favorite champ in this grand finals, what would a star performance look like, and what would the quote-unquote play of the game be from your champion?
I wonder what my main champ is.
Now, what about the rest of you guys?
From this final? Or like
yes,
this
as a
past game?
hypothetical, if you were to lock in your favorite champ for your current role and make a play of the game, then what would that play of the game be like? So imagine this like Overwatch, we all see the cinematic play of the game. 20 seconds of footage.
Mine would be going a Vayne top with Runon's Titanic and Riftmaker and 1v5ing.
Nice.
Just the typical Vayne spotting.
The Vayne, yes.
Mine would be bringing out, obviously, Zed top
Alrighty.
and one-shotting the ADC until the AFK, as Zed Blake does.
I see. You are going to focus target the opponent ADC, a champion who is pretty much guaranteed to be a squishy unless they, for some reason, build tank and it works out like Kog'Maw.
Or if they go that build that Tyler was just mentioning, then they might be a little bit tankier, but probably still one-shottable.
Yeah.
And now, Llune, RinneganSus. What about you guys?
Personally, my favorite is not a champ that I would play in my lane typically. I don't know if you see a lot of ADC Nikos going around, but assuming that I play not ADC, I would probably get like a really, really juicy like Nico E into Q into ult.
Nice.
All five. And like kill the enemy team. It's pretty basic, but I love me like big Nico ults.
Yes. It is extremely satisfying to pull off multi-man ults on any champ. And now, RinneganSus. What do you think about a play of the game with a hypothetical, your favorite champion?
Not sure, man. I can't think of anything. What would be yours, bro?
What would be yours, Lyndon?
My personal favorite, or my personal play of the game would probably be a Gangplank Pentakill.
Very nice.
You've
Line
done
them
that
up
before.
with the Essence Reaver, Prowler's Claw build, and just constantly ghost barrel them into oblivion. So that would be my ideal play of the game.
Nice.
Alrighty. Now to ask one final question before we do... one final question before we go back into the custom lobby. And when we do so, you guys will have to alternate sides. So now you'll be in red side for game 2.
Alright.
Alright.
There's one final question. So now we have gone through 3 weeks of the tournament, and we have witnessed many players step on and off the stage. Of all these players, are there any notable people you have played with or against? And what is a game that you would like to play with them aside from League? Just a fun thing, since it might help to take our minds out.
I'd love to play Final Fantasy XIV with Angel. If only she had installed it, and,
Yeah, I played with that.
I would have loved to play Balloons Tower Defense 6 with everyone in this call and the other call, and everyone watching.
Well,
What is your favorite tower?
You did buy 10 of us a copy of it when it was on sale for $3.
I did do that, yeah.
What is your favorite unit in Bloons Tower Defense, Tyler?
Oh god, there's so many.
Just not the tack shooter, please. That one's objectively not that good.
It is so good. What?
Okay, see, this is the difference between a pro Bloons player and me. I do not understand.
BTD2.
We shall see.
Well, what about the rest of you guys? Have you bumped into anyone nice throughout the tourney? And if so, would you like to play a game other than League with them?
Unlucky.
I don't think I've since I've been kind of like my appearances in the tournament have been kind of spotty. I've played 3 games total now, so I haven't really interacted with too many people, but I think in general, playing DDR with people is an experience, and pretty much anybody, I think it'd be pretty funny to play DDR with them.
I think it would be a hilarious experience with some people.
Yeah.
I get riled up for DDR and rhythm games in general.
Yeah. The less active and athletic a person is, I think like kind of the funnier, because I'm not very active nor athletic and I tire out very easily, so when that stuff happens it makes for some pretty good banter.
Indeed.
No.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an odd question for me to close out on, but I do like the zaniness of some of the prompts I give to the players. And I do wish you guys the best in this coming game. I hope for a 3-game series so that we can have more League of Legends to watch, and hope you guys do your best in this coming game.
Thank you, Lyndon.
Lyndon,
Now,
thanks for
I'll,
hosting the tournament, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tournament's finally coming to completion. And I'm really happy with all the work that has been poured in. I'm now going to take a little bathroom break and then create the custom lobby very soon afterwards. So I will be right back.
Alright.
I'll set up the music bot to play some music while people wait. So I will just do that right now. It's a good thing I made this Spotify playlist today before we started streaming. And also, if anyone's watching my stream, let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. So I will be right back. I've returned. Alrighty, let's get back to business. I will create the custom lobby now and invite all the players. You guys will hear some of my funny client sounds. Side selection has changed, and so when the players get invited, they will have to sort themselves properly. And Nick, this time around, I think I could invite you to this custom lobby and have you inside the box so that you can move around the map yourself. Obviously, our calls won't be the same thing, and they will end up being out of sync as the game goes on, because I will rewind.
I will try and track when you rewind, yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure if I have you added, and if that's the case, then you can DM me your league username, and I'll just send you an invite straight to this.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Okay, I've sent you an invite. Now you
I
can
will
head
also
over
add you
to
now, just so
the
that's...
spectator box. We just have to wait for the final members to get in here. They should be added real soon. And so you guys aren't staring at the waiting screen any longer, here it is! There it is, the beautiful sight of all 10 players congregated tonight for Game 2 of the finals. I now need all 10 players to type R, unless I say so, then the previous R's are not relevant. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 out of 10. I'll need the remaining 4. Oh, that's 7. Pressing every single letter of the keyboard of the alphabet plus R several times. And that is 8. Now I just need 2 more to voice that they're ready, and then I'll start the game. I technically don't have the power to start the game because when you enter the spectator box, the party owner perms go to a different member of your lobby.
Looks like we have the last 2 R's.
Alrighty. You may now start the game! Oh, I'm being asked in chat. Are they getting codes or are you gifting them RP? I am directly gifting these players RP. The prize money isn't that fancy, it's just $5 RP. But it is a little incentive to play in the game. The tournament is mainly here as a convenient social occasion for people to get together and make new friends, as well as exercise skills like communicating with tons of strangers, building trust with new players, scheduling for a huge number of people, and so on. So all 5 players of the winning team will get gifted RP if they win this tournament. Now that we're at the grand finals, we are only a max of 2 games away from the final reveal. Alrighty. Syndra, Pike, Udyr, and Scion have been banned this game. Udyr is a repeat ban from the last game, and I believe Pike is as well. Nope. Last ban comes out, and that is Fiora. Miss Fortune gets taken out of the picture. That champion has been piloted by many people this entire tournament. Miss Fortune has a pretty safe playstyle, and she can build many things. She's pretty versatile, and her strengths are undeniable. Morgana gets locked in as the first pick of Blue's side. Zed gets locked in. That's pretty snazzy. There you have it. Zed locked in after I interviewed Sleepy Craig, and he revealed I would love to play Zed for my play of the game in this hypothetical. There we have it. Seraphine gets locked in. That's a new pick. I don't believe Seraphine's been locked in this entire tournament, and neither has Zed. We've seen playing Morgana and Caitlyn, though, and Morgana-Caitlyn is a deadly bot lane combination with double roots. With that level of CC and burst, you are as good as dead.
It looks like they've also, they've taken away the Caitlyn pick too from Llune, who I know does play Caitlyn or has played mostly Caitlyn in this tournament so far.
Yep. Malphite gets locked in for the top side of new team. Now we see the bot lane duo and top lane of blue side locked in. Red side goes for a different approach, and that Zed might be going to the jungle. Ooh, Kennen gets hovered and locked in. I don't think we've seen a Kennen pick this entire tournament. That is spicy. We're seeing some brand new picks here. 3 fresh faces. Zed, Seraphine, and Kennen. Now we're off to second round of bans. Trundle gets banned away. Trundle targets Pool Party Sett, who has played that champ in the past this tournament. And Trundle has appeared in multiple teams' compositions as well. Xayah gets banned away. That's a target ban for Llune, who is known for playing Xayah ADC.
This will be interesting now because it looks like they're just trying to get rid of those last 2 team members on both sides. They're really trying to pressure them into picking probably uncomfortable picks. I'm curious to see what both Pool Party Sett and Llune end up picking for themselves.
Yep. Ooh, LeBlanc gets banned away from GreyMercury, who played it in game 2 of quarterfinals, I believe. So way back 3 weeks ago, that LeBlanc is still fresh in everyone's mind. It's pretty exciting to follow that tradition. And Kai'Sa gets locked in for Llune. So far, we have a pretty bursty and very squishy team comp for chimkin. Now, new team will lock in their final duo. And the only champs that remain are their mid and their jungle. Well, what are we going to see here? Not many seconds left. Brand gets locked in for CaffinatedQueen, who has played that in the earlier parts of the tournament. Master Yi gets hovered. Master Yi will go into a bit of an unusual team, though. Viego gets hovered. Might see a repeat Pool Party Sett on Viego again.
Looks like it will be.
Oh, Jarvan
Ooh,
gets
Jarvan.
locked in. That's a pick that we saw back in Friday versus the Straw Hats. Viego, or Jarvan, got locked in by Pool Party Sett, who performs amazingly on that champion, securing most of his team's kills and being the most fed member on his team as well. And now Sylas gets locked in as the 5th and final pick. The Sylas pick is very interesting because you've got a decent number of ults. You have Malphite, the best of them all in my opinion, and Jarvan, who can drop himself, who can summon walls and prevent champs with no dashes from escaping. This is a spicy draft that we have from both teams. And we're seeing some champs that we haven't seen in a while. Malphite, or that we haven't seen all tournament. Malphite,
I am
Seraphine,
looking at
Sylas,
yes.
and Zed.
I am looking at that red side. I'm seeing a pretty AP heavy or magic damage heavy team, but it's going to be a struggle for Malphite, who looks to have picked that purely for the Zed matchup.
Yep.
So hopefully he's able to utilize the armor that he's going to need to build early while also still being a useful tank for his team. I think it's going to be dependent on that ult. Obviously, as you mentioned, it's one of the most impactful ults in the game. So,
yep. Malphite's Unstoppable Force remains one of the most powerful ults you could ever have, and a single well-placed Malphite ult can turn the entire game by diving onto the squishies. Because Malphite is untargetable, and because the ult has so much range and moves so quickly, it is usually impossible to react to this spell, especially if Malphite casts it from out of vision. Jarvan ult is also a game-changing ult, and is one of the things that I feel keeps him relevant no matter what the meta is, because Jarvan ult guarantees that a champ with no dash must burn their flash or die. And of the champs on Chimkin's side, Kennen, Seraphine, and Kai'Sa cannot dash out of it. Kai'Sa can dash out with her ult, but that requires an ultimate spell. Her E speed boost cannot get her outside of terrain. Pretty interesting team. We do note that red side has a strongly magic damage heavy team, but the only tanks on blue side are Malphite, who prefers stacking armor, and Jarvan, who is not that tanky compared to other tank picks.
That he is not. He is definitely much more firmly into that bruiser category, not even a juggernaut really. Obviously he's got armor shred on his Q. His passive as well does % health damage, so he's someone that you do want to itemize kind of as a hybrid. I feel that you can still make plays with your EQ and your ult, but when I'm looking at that enemy team, obviously I might not want to be ulting in onto some of them personally, because that might actually go the wrong way.
Yep. Jarvan has a pretty dangerous team to dive into with a Sylas, Kennen, and Zed all looking at him. Sure, Jarvan can ult a champ that cannot dash out of his pit, but it will be risky whenever he face tanks a Kennen ult, for example. Or if Sylas were to steal his ult and do the same thing against Brand and Morgana. This is a pretty intense champ select already, and we've got lots of damage all around. Both sides have up to 5 champions who can do a lot of damage. Even Jarvan, arguably the lowest damage champ of his team, could build lethality or simply go bruiser and square off against the squishy champs of red side. Spectator delay is about to catch up with the rest of the game, and soon I will share my monitor and we will get into game. Alrighty. Here we go! Even if Spectator Client does not allow me to alt-tab out of the game, as we saw back on Friday, I turned on display capture in time, so no sneaking up on me this time. Here are all the masteries. Some comfort picks, but overall the mastery totals are lower this game than they were in the last game.
That we are. I'm seeing in particular no mastery on Malphite, which compared to Sleepy Craig being probably... Is that the highest mastery in the game? It is. Yes, highest mastery in the game on Sleepy Craig against one person who does not have a mastery score. I'm curious to see how that matchup goes top lane. Obviously, Malphite is considered a counter for Zed according to statistics, but that doesn't account for someone who plays the champion regularly versus someone who is new to their champion as well.
Yep. We're seeing some role swaps on the side of champion, and all of their members, except for GreyMercury, have changed roles. Oh, we're seeing a 5-person roam from red side. This could be dangerous if full party Sett launches forward anymore. He throws out the flag, which does give vision, and so he sees the inside of this bush and everything around it. But if he walks up too far, then he'll fall into the trap of all these champions. Llune pushes forward a little bit. If he pushes forward a little more, then he will die. Oh! Full party Sett gets caught by the E2 of Sylas. GreyMercury launches onto him, burns that flash. TLW gets hit by a Dark Binding, and the level 1 aggression is called off. But that is a crucial flash for Jarvan, burned right off the bat. Jarvan can no longer do his flag and drag plus flash combo. Looks like Zed will go for a top side start, while Jarvan will go for a bot side start. First time this series that we will see the jungler start on opposite sides of the map. Full party Sett, no longer a flash on Jarvan. We will do. Both mid laners have discovered themselves, and the bot laners of red side push forward to the minion wave. whohehax waits inside this bush. Might collect these minions in time, but instead misses all 3 soldier minions, and so does not collect any of that CS. We'll have to lane against a Kennen who deals a lot of magic damage and can kite fairly well. In the bot side, Llune gets hit by a Dark Binding. 0-1's landed 2 for 2 Dark Bindings this game. Those Morgana Qs are finding their targets, and both supports see each other with these bushes, both warded by each team's wards. Sylas gets pushed back by CaffinatedQueen. And Caff goes for some more poke as Brand. Oop, TLW goes for an early trade, stunning the Malphite, who still deals a lot of damage, chunking Kennen for more than about half his health, but Kennen deals more. 60% of that giant mountain's health is taken away by the magic damage champ. And now Sleepy Crag might go for the first engage of the game. He walks forward in mid lane versus a CaffinatedQueen who has no dash. She has to flash away, and she gets bursted down with no sums expended at all by Sylas or Zed.
That is one of the troubles of playing a champion like Brand. You do not have any way out, especially once you've blown all your spells, which she did do just on that rotation.
Yep.
I think we saw firsthand how she was able to, or not able to walk out very easily and had to blow her flash, and Zed will probably be looking to regank her shortly.
Oop. Kennen and Zed now push down to meet pool party Sett, and now the Jarvan's been caught. He eats 3 abilities from the Kennen and walks away safely. And now Zed has free reign over this dragon, or over this scuttle. Ooh, first blood is secured. I've hit backspace now, 320. Llune walks backwards. 0-1 pushes forward, looking for a Q, and fishes for it successfully, rooting the Seraphine. unbakedpanic lands the trap, and there you have it. The deadly Morgana-Caitlyn combination. unbakedpanic claims the first kill of this game. Brand pushes forward after poking down GreyMercury a significant amount, but now that Brand is left with not too much mana. The little red man needs some more little blue juice in order to survive. And Zed goes for a recall as Brand sits back fairly cautiously to avoid further harm. RinneganSus protects this turret by himself, waiting for the Seraphine to return. And now 0-1 continues sitting inside this bush. Throws out a Q, but does not land the skill shot that he was fishing for. Oops. Jarvan has invaded these wolves, and Zed will simply path straight towards the bot side, which is warded by a new team stealth board. He will be discovered. Oop, 0-1 is pushed up extremely far, though, and he might just die here. He's extremely low mana. He's expended the flash already, and Sleepy Craig does not get any kills from that engage. Llune gets taken down extremely low again. She is only level 2 on Seraphine, and unbakedpanic gets the auto attack. 2-0 for that. Caitlyn Sleepy Craig has to run for the hills. He W's away with the Zed Shadow, and RinneganSus is there to cover him. Any skill shots will not do their max damage to that ninja, and the bot lane of new team succeeds yet again in this bot side.
That's a very tough point for Zed. He did blow everything there. He blew his flash, but was unable to get the kill, which is going to set him behind considerably. Obviously, one of the dangers of playing something like Zed Jungle is that you're still someone who is looking to get that early kill, but you are struck by the issue of having to take Smite instead of Ignite, which, if he did have the ladder there, he would have been able to get that kill instead.
Yep. Zed Jungle deals a decent amount of damage to jungle camps, as his passive, where if he autos something with less than 50% health, he deals bonus magic damage. He does clear camps decently fast, but his dueling is a little more difficult as he requires gank setup. Zed does not have any hard CC.
I am noticing in the top lane that is an AD cannon with lethal tempo, so I'm very curious. Actually, that's not as bad of a matchup as I initially thought, given the circumstances of the build.
Yep.
It's a little bit more off meta. I haven't seen AD cannon in a while, but that's pretty exciting.
Boom in the bot side. 0-1 keeps fishing for these Qs, as he's landed 2 already that led to the death of his rival. The Morgana has landed snares already that led to the death of the rival support. And now Brand walks towards the bot side of the map, possibly to throw down a ward, possibly to kill this plant. And Brand now returns. Sylas controls the mid lane wave, smacking it with a couple spells, and now has level 6. He goes for an all-out engage. He throws out several abilities, but gets hit with the full Brand passive. And in top side, we see pool party Sett on the Jarvan. He might be ready to gank very soon. And the Sylas taking a lot of damage, getting chunked out by this Brand. 2 stacks out of 3 for Brand's passive to finally create an explosion. Ooh, pings come out, signaling danger in the bot side river. Although Zed is currently in the top side, and Pool Party Sett will discover this well enough as he launches himself into the enemy red buff pit. But he has to retreat as Sylas is in the area. Sylas instead goes for the rival mid laner who tried roaming, and now he has stolen the Brand ult, but doesn't do a whole ton with it. Throws it out again. Throws it out finally. GreyMercury has slain CaffinatedQueen, and now the first kill between the two mid laners has been decided. GreyMercury walks back, extremely low health. He has the Zed in the wings, but still a fairly risky situation, and the fight disengages. Pool Party Sett getting ready to shove in this wave and force GreyMercury to stick around a little longer and disrupt his back timings, which is pretty big for this low health champ. Oh, Pool Party Sett goes for an engage, and Cataclysm finds its target, killing the Sylas, killing the Rebel of Demacia in the name of the Demacian Prince.
I am looking at a pretty sizable XP lead here between the two jungles. Pool Party Sett is about to hit level 7 off of his next camp, whereas Sleepy Craig is just hitting level 6 off of his current camp that he's about to start, or he hasn't actually taken it yet, so that's over a 2 or over a level lead at this point.
Yep. Jarvan is level 6 while Zed is level 7, and even with that 1 level difference, that's an extra skill point that you're missing from your abilities. Not to mention the addition of 500 gold worth of stats whenever you level up.
Absolutely, I think it's one of the most common things that I see is people not attributing enough input into XP difference and level difference, especially in laning phase. If you're a level behind your laner, there's a good chance that trade is going to go a lot less favorably than you initially thought.
Ooh, RinneganSus gets snared, and Pool Party Sett looks for an invade on the Jarvan. The Wolves will return. And question mark ping comes out from the bot side, which means that new team likely recognized that Sleepy Craig sits somewhere in the top side if he is not already, if he is outside of base already. Now some poke going on, and unbakedpanic claims her second turret plate against the enemy bot laner's turret. Sleepy Craig in the top side now. GreyMercury holding off the Brand, but takes some more damage from Brand's poke. CaffinatedQueen has done a good amount of damage, and procs the Brand passive, landing the fireball and dealing some extra damage. Meanwhile, Pool Party Sett gets ready for a dive, and Morgana, after throwing down that Q, signals the end of the Seraphine. Caitlyn gets the headshot ready. 0-1 is extremely low and eats way too many turret shots, which ramped up when Jarvan pressed the R button onto the two bot laners of Chimkin. And now that Zed is in the bot side, he might have something to say about this. Getting ready to secure vision and perhaps make a play in mid lane, as Brand still remains fairly shoved up, and Brand, being a champ with no dash, will have to expend a flash if he gets caught up. Ooh. Looking in the top side, we still see the AD Kennen, who is building Blaze of Rune King first, and whohehax builds up a big way to shove into TLW's turret. Mid lane, Sleepy Craig waits for the perfect opportunity, and CaffinatedQueen pushes up way far past these two stone pedestals. She burns the barrier. She gets hit by a bunch of shurikens. She gets ulted by Zed, and the death mark is... and the death mark leaves quite a bit of damage onto that fireman, but the pyromancer does not fall, and he still fends off the 1v2 fight. Sylas now grabs the ult of Brand, and in bot lane we see a double engage. Llune landed a Seraphine ult, and now Morgana and Caitlyn have to back off, respecting the damage that RinneganSus and Llune have to bring. In top side, we might see another play as the mid laner and jungler of the opposing teams have likely recognized their presence. So Sylas and Jarvan have likely become aware of where each other are. Jarvan goes for another camp steal, and he might go for a dive here, as Brand might be willing to sacrifice himself in order to kill their Sylas with the power of Jarvan's setup CC.
Does look like their bot lane is rotating up, but to no avail there. Instead looking to stop the dragon, perhaps. That's going to be an interesting play.
Yep.
Looks like they're trading objective for objective with Herald on top side and Dragon in the bot.
Yep. Chimkin will go for an early Drake play, while new team go for an early Herald play. The Herald will have to be dropped within the next minute and 30 seconds in order to get turret plates, while the Dragon's buffs are permanent. It is a very slow and far more calculated game compared to the last game, with only 6 kills by 12 minutes, less than half a kill per a minute. Kennen attempts to recall, but instead catches this wave as Malphite will shove in. Ooh, Kennen goes for a flank on his own lane, it seems. Alongside Sleepy Craig and GreyMercury, it's 3 people. The 3 Stooges have come up to the top side. 3 ults burned. That's another ult burned. Actually, only 2. Only 1 ult was burned there on the side of Chimkin. And only 1 ult was burned on the side of new team. But that was the important ult to take away. That was the ult that would ultimately save that big rock man and save his skin. So let him live another day.
Silas is now holding on to
gets ready to clear the wave to cover it from the assailing Morgana and Caitlyn, who might just flat out take this turret. And they have claimed first turret of the game without any assistance from Rift Herald at all. Jarvan sits in the bot side, having targeted the Kaisa. Now Llune lands a killer Seraphine ult. RinneganSus ults back in to claim a shutdown. 0-1 burns the stopwatch, and there is no time at all for Rinnegan to get that second kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there is a solo kill between GreyMercury over Caff, and that is the Silas with his second kill of the game over Caff, who stands at 0-2. 2 plays on opposite sides of the map with a 3k gold difference favoring blue side.
It is a lethality Jarvan, so it looks like he's definitely going to be trying to snowball that lead as fast as possible. Seeing that Caitlyn as well now has her full item, as does the Kai'Sa, so they're pretty similar on gold in terms of how much they've actually been able to spend.
Yep. Looking at everyone's gold totals, Kennen and Silas have slight gold leads over their counterparts, while Jarvan, Caitlyn, and Morgana all have much larger gold leads of about 1,000 apiece for their respective roles. Now we might see a big play in the mid lane here with Jarvan, Morgana, and Brand all looking at GreyMercury in the mid lane. The Rift Herald even gets dropped, signaling the death of this turret. Now Silas reels back a little with basically his entire team here. 4 people of red side. Jarvan has to back off, but not after dealing a huge amount of damage to RinneganSus.
Does look like Kennen is moving down, trying to get another action with a well-placed slicing maelstrom. I'm sure that will be able to change the tide of the team.
He throws out the slicing maelstrom, burns the flash from Morgana, but doesn't get a whole lot of damage down. CaffinatedQueen walks away. She gets hit by Zed's death mark, and that is a triple shuriken combo onto the Brand, and GreyMercury ultimately takes the kill. Question mark ping still coming out. The danger has not abated yet for red side team, but that is one great play, killing one person and burning the flash of the other. Meanwhile, whohehax still shoves the top side, making sure that no play in the mid lane gets unaccounted for. So I love this type of situation because we just witnessed both teams still have fight in them, and they are not afraid to play the game. Zed pushes into his jungle, but little does he know, or maybe he knows very well, that Jarvan and Morgana are roaming around. That jungle support duo still control wherever they want. Now Drake will spawn in less than 1 minute, and Rift Herald will spawn in less than 2 minutes. Red side team currently have the first Drake secured, and while 17 minutes will pass in just a few moments in this game, we've only seen a single Drake take, as the first Drake was secured fairly late into the game in addition to the Rift Herald, which was killed at around 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So, Zed looks for some more vision control, and CaffinatedQueen gets caught out here, having to burn her flash away from the Zed, who has landed the first strike onto that mage in the mid lane. Ooh, vision control here. Red side team currently control the vision inside the Drake pit. Not anymore, now that the word has died and Brand has thrown in a stealth ward. Sleepy Craig looks to poke down this dragon as hard as he can. The junglers have competed, and blue side team has stolen the red side Drake. Seraphine lands an ult and kills the Jarvan for her. Sets up a Jarvan kill for her Kai'Sa. Zed backs off. Rinnegan's not ready to back off just yet. Zed's energy bar is now totally filled, and Morgana sees the Zed inside that well-warded bush. And meanwhile, whohehax is still split pushing as always. He doesn't need to play Jax, he doesn't need to play Nasus, he doesn't need to play Yorick to keep on split pushing in this game.
Really impressive as well. There was a really good Brand ult there that managed to hit all 5 members of the enemy team. From the perspective of Chimkin, I'm sure they were probably a little bit frustrated that they were all grouped up there. Also, the Dragon's still very well done. This might at 280 HP to take it away. Perhaps a little bit rushed on the side of the red team, but nonetheless a really good play from Pool Party Sett.
Yep. Very good play from Pool Party Sett, who sacrificed himself in order to secure the kill on the Dragon. And now both teams are tied 1-1 in Drake. The Soul Drake will be an Ocean Soul. And so both teams can reap some health regen as long as they play their hand correctly this game. Blue side team, Brome as 3 and +1 in top side. In down the mid lane, and Kai'Sa Seraphine have to defend it by themselves. Zed waits for a squishy target to push up at just the right distance. TLW pushes forward to zone a little bit as Kennen. Rift Herald is alive. In 30 seconds it will despawn, but the champions here have enough damage to secure it, and Zed is simply going to call off this Rift Herald. And so second Herald of the game will go the way of blue side team yet again. Malphite continues pushing forward. This Malphite has just about 2,700 health, but 240 armor, only 83 magic resist though. And his first item is Winter's Approach. So he's looking to last for a decently long time, not necessarily do a whole ton of damage, and maybe tank just a little bit. Kennen has finished his Blade of the Rune King, plus some more AD items, and so this is most definitely an AD Kennen. We might see some action here as CaffinatedQueen gets discovered by Zed, but the two walk off, and Full Party Sett engages onto the Zed, burns the Cataclysm, and does a whole ton of damage because that is a lethality Jarvan. That is an assassin Jarvan, a person who aspires to take out the enemies of Demacia. And now whohehax gets ready to siege this turret and clears it uncontested. Not anymore, though. The Slicing Maelstrom comes out. whohehax gets locked down for an extremely long time. In the meantime, Full Party Sett slays Sleepy Craig, and RinneganSus has slain whohehax. Now 4-1 and 1 on the Kai'Sa. Getting ready to build Collector very soon with that amount of gold, just a little bit more, and that will do. Rift Herald gets thrown in the bot side, and now all inner turrets of red side team have fallen. Red side team, Chimkin, have not claimed a single turret yet in this game. This might be a big play, though, and GreyMercury moves forward, but tanks a Dark Binding, and now he's about to tank a Morgana ult as well. Brand lands his passive 3 hits onto Sylas yet again, and now Chimkin have to retreat as they are fairly, as they have no way to reach the blue side members.
I am really impressed with how both ADCs are playing this game, both RinneganSus and unbakedpanic. They're both doing incredibly well, despite perhaps unbakedpanic winning lane phase. RinneganSus has shown a lot of persistence, managed to get those kills back, and really is not behind on gold by that much at all. I think it's going to be a battle of the ADCs.
It might be a battle of the ADCs, and ADC is a very team-dependent role where you are set up a certain way, and you have to execute with that setup. The setup given by blue side team seems to be better than the setup afforded by red side team so far. Might see this change very soon as both teams have some killer damage and great lockdown CC. And in particular, red side team has a lot of AoE zoning with Kennen, Seraphine, and a little bit of Silas, depending on what ult he grabs. Now we see blue side team stick around in the bot side of the map, given toggling through the vision of both teams. Red side don't have any wards down here and so cannot see this part of the map. And with full party Sett having built the Umbral Glaive on his Jarvan, he will clear out that ward, leaving the entire bot side river completely in the dark for Chimkin. And the Drake will go fairly easily. Oh, GreyMercury goes for a dive in 0-1. Pool party Sett jumps in though, but he gets charmed. He gives away some gold, and RinneganSus is on a killing spree. This battle ADC's for sure. Double kill for that Kaisa. The Void Seeker found his target, and the Killer Instinct finally dashes him to the target. Now this Malphite's in the middle of 4. Double kill for the Zed. Those are 2 kills that he's been waiting for this entire game, and now solid ace with only 1 kill as a sacrifice to unleash all of those deaths upon new team. And so, the gold difference has shrunken down to less than 3k gold, and red side team now push down the mid lane turret, ready to secure their first turret kill of the game. And I don't believe this has an objective bounty. It does not, but this turret kill will open up a big part of the map as the mid lane connects both halves of the map together. Without this mid lane turret to protect minion waves coming in, the map suddenly becomes a lot smaller for blue side team.
In that team fight back down in the bot lane, I was really impressed by Seraphine's healing there and dedication and making sure that she was spreading out her CC across all the different enemy team members. I think that was a good example of good team play, despite being down perhaps a little bit on gold and items relative to the enemy team. Chimkin did a really good job of spacing and positioning and taking that fight well.
Yep. Chimkin played pretty well, and I'd like to credit GreyMercury on the Silas there for making the initial dive into red side team. I may have been a little reluctant to make that play myself, but it seems that Silas knew what was up, and now TLW gets blown apart by Pool Party Sett and whohehax. Now all 5 of blue side's members are concentrated in this top side where the Baron is alive. 13,500 health now. Oh, Sleepy Craig looks for an engage on 0-1. Does a lot of damage landing all those shurikens, and the death mark is all that's needed. It's nothing personal, kid. There you have it. The assassin in the jungle accomplishing his role, blowing up squishies. And that Morgana support is not for this world for another 24 seconds. Blue team turret is destroyed, and now Chimkin are making their way back. They're carrying this momentum, and they have killed 2 turrets already. They haven't lost any turrets since then as well, and the Baron is not being done. There are no neutral objectives under threat at this moment. Now, Nick, I'd like to ask you a question here. Given the burstiness of... we might not have time for a question, as there is a full-on engage. The Slicing Maelstrom comes out, and it stuns 2 people alongside the Seraphine ult. That's 1 kill. That's 2 kills. We won't get a third, but we will see a double. And now the members of Chimkin run towards the Baron pit, where they might look to take this Baron. GreyMercury jumps over the pit, aggroes the Baron, which might not be intentional. And now TLW says it is intentional. There is purpose. Anger is my motivation, and it doesn't need a purpose. And now Jarvan roams up, ready to check the Baron, but it is too late. And purple has now donned, and now all 5 members have donned themselves with purple on the side of Chimkin. This is a major comeback play. The gold totals are now basically evened up with a slight 200 gold lead in favor of Chimkin. The red side team And now, battle of ADCs it is. Jarvan is pushing forward, but now he discovers the Sylas, and he pushes away a little bit. Nice footwork by GreyMercury there, avoiding the Morgana binding, and now he forces out the ult, and Sleepy Craig is on a rampage! Zed blinks around, and he gets that kill. No mark, no smite, no flash needed. So, Drake's about to spawn, and I'd like to ask you a question, Nick. Given both sides' positions in this game and their team comps, how do you expect, what predictions do you have about this coming Drake fight? Since it's inevitable that both teams will fight over it now.
I'm personally looking at Chimkin right now, and I think they've coordinated a lot better in their positioning and grouping as 5. Both teams have a very good team fighting ults. Actually, I'm going to stop because I think we're seeing an engage from Malphite.
We're seeing an engage. whohehax gets rooted. Sleepy Craig has to walk away, and RinneganSus burns the heal in order to keep his buddy alive. Sleepy Craig has to flash away, but he still gets killed by the Caitlyn, who procs Collector, I'm pretty sure. TLW whiffs that ult completely and just zaps the water around him. He might electrocute a few fish here and there, but those fish are not a Jarvan, a Mountain, a Brand, a Caitlyn, or a Morgana, and that's a big ult down, and that is the jungler of Chimkin missing. Huge comeback play, and that could be the difference maker in this Drake fight, as the Drake has already spawned. Chimkin don't see the inside of the pit, and they're missing some of their valuable tools in order to make a difference. Sylas still pushes down, but this Drake is as good as gone, and Chimkin simply pull off, realizing that they don't have the tools to secure it. Man, what a turnaround. We're here making predictions about Drake fight, and I'm betting neither of us expected any of all that to happen.
Absolutely not. I think that was an unfortunate case of just that Zed got caught out, and after that, once you're down a jungler, it's just really hard to contest that dragon.
Yeah. Without a jungler and without any smite substitutes like a Ziggs ult or a Lux ult, then not much to do in terms of contesting an objective. GreyMercury still shoves down the top side though, and looking at the Baron buffs. Baron buff's about to wear out. It's got 1 second left, and soon all that purple is going to disappear. We're just going to see blue and red for now, as we have seen throughout the entire game. GLW gets accompanied by Seraphine here, the 2 AoE zone controllers of Chimkin, and we've got a lot of people concentrated in this top side bush. 2 whole individuals. GreyMercury throws out the stolen Malphite ult, the unstoppable force, the unstoppable charge, knocks up the Malphite, but he doesn't mind. He's got his own ult, and so does Jarvan. GreyMercury's now caught inside that pit. No jungler to help him, and now the Sylas is dead. unbakedpanic has slain GreyMercury to secure 8th kill this game, 8-1 and 2, with 10 out of 14 kill participation. Pretty fantastic from this ADC.
They definitely underestimated the Malphite's tankiness there, and I'm sure now they're pretty frustrated with how that fight went. Obviously, that did not go as planned.
Yep.
Malphite was able to shrug off all their damage while saving his ult, and then able to flip it on them with the Jarvan ult as well.
Yep. I note that in that engage, given that Zed is a physical damage champ, it's likely that Zed did not want to commit the death mark onto the Malphite, but such a thing may have helped to burst down the Malphite a little bit more, although it's hard to burst down this giant with 292 armor when he has his shield up. Now, this game is pretty tense. We won't see any fights for now because both teams find themselves on opposite sides of the map. Both of them closer to their own bases than to their opponents. In terms of scaling, Lethality Jarvan doesn't quite scale as well as his other builds, as he becomes extremely squishy and vulnerable to getting caught by CC, such as from Kennen and Seraphine. However, full party Sett has played phenomenally in this series, and this Jarvan pick shows the same hallmarks of performance that we've seen since Friday. Oop. Well, Morgana and Jarvan both reveal their positions by throwing out their skill shots, but throwing out their spells in order to secure that scuttle. The scuttle will not last by the time Ocean Drake spawns, but could be vital vision for when both teams are looking to contest for vision. And now play becomes more controlled, as while the kills have definitely ramped up in the past several minutes, we see that play has slowed down. 3 red members in the mid lane and 3 blue members in the bot side, now a 4th inside the river. All of them within this tiny space that if I zoom in, you still see all 4 of those members. They occupy those bushes. If any of these people get caught out, it could be curtains for Chimkin's chances to secure this dragon, which is still about a minute away from spawning. Oh, GreyMercury might be the one to get caught out, and he gets bursted! Lethality plus crit poured down his face, and now the members of Chimkin have to push away. They don't control this bot side of the map, but it is rough, as they will have to make some answer to this inevitable Drake play. And it's possible that red side are just interested in trading Baron for the Soul. There's an Ocean Drake, and while Mountain Soul, Zed pops in, absorbs, blows his death mark, and absorbs the exhaust, which is a key anti-damage, a key peeling tool that Morgana no longer has. The slicing maelstrom catches 2 people. CaffinatedQueen's been targeted, but Sleepy Craig gets bursted down gets DPS'd by the Caitlyn, who is now on a rampage. unbakedpanic's played phenomenally, and so has whohehax, who dives onto 2 people. And now Seraphine ult flies out, catching 3 members. RinneganSus is dominating. This is a battle of the ADCs. One has 4 items, the other has 3.5. GreyMercury, RinneganSus, and Llune all still alive right now. And they are looking to do something about this dragon, but the dragon will go over to blue side team. And now Ocean Soul goes to new team Who Dis. GreyMercury is pretty low. Jarvan has the Cataclysm already, and that is the benefit of all that. That is the benefit of a short cooldown ability, plus all that ability haste, and just 2 abilities are needed to burst down Llune on the Seraphine. Now blue side team roam towards the Baron pit, where they will likely make a play. Zed has respawned, and he's looking to prevent any such Baron plays, but might be dangerous. Now we're seeing another bush play here. Blue side team sit inside that bush. 3 members concentrated into this top side, now 4. Zed walks forward some more. It's pretty tense, as vision control has been mostly in favor of blue side team this entire game. All these objectives have mostly favored blue side team, and they'll actually pull off the Baron, fearing a steal play by Sleepy Craig. And now the Baron gets resumed, and the Baron is just flipped like that. Like a burger patty. That Baron just gets tossed over to the other team. GreyMercury tanks a ton of damage. He flashes over the wall. whohehax doesn't catch anyone with that Malphite ult. That might be the first Malphite ult in the game, aside from one of the ones in the very beginning where he escaped. That does not catch a single soul. And now, red side team can have their cake and eat it too. They didn't need to do some fancy Baron steal. All it took was Sleepy Craig to peer over the wall, say, "This is my property, buddy!" And red side team, now all 5 are dressed up in purple.
That was definitely perhaps a little bit of a frustration, especially because they had 2 Andrews taking down the Baron store, which meant it healed a little bit slower, took a little bit longer, and allowed Chimkin to come in and clean that up with only 5,000 HP left on it.
Yep. GreyMercury and Sleepy Craig both tanked the Baron shortly after the blue side members pulled off, and so the Baron was still ticking. Oh, a dive goes on to 2 carries, and Kai'Sa has to burn her stopwatch. Llune throws out a 3-person ult, but Kai'Sa is still caught out, and that's 1,000 gold given over to pool party Sett, who burns his Maw of Malmortius. Shut down, given over to TLW on the cannon, and at the same time, blue side are on the advance, red side on the retreat. Morgana Snare doesn't catch anyone. If so, that would have led to the death of another Chimkin member. GreyMercury, Llune, TLW running for the hills, and now stationing themselves at their inhib turret, ready to clear the waves and hold out the game for a little while longer. 36 minutes now. Game is still pretty tense, and gold totals are totally even
Definitely a very back and forth game. Obviously, we saw that Baron fight going in the way of Chimkin, and then that fight just now, that dive from Sleepy Craig going in the way of New Team Who This. So I think it's very interesting. Obviously, there's lots of big engages on both sides. They're not afraid of holding back.
Yep. Neither team is out, and while there may be nerves activating, we've seen some questionable moves this game. Both teams still have what it takes to win this whole game. Obviously, we have some things like this Ocean Soul active for blue side, but neither team is willing to give up. And Ocean Soul can help you regen, but both teams are packed, jam-packed with burst. And now, we have another Battle of ADCs moment again. RinneganSus, 4 items, having just burned the stopwatch earlier. And unbakedpanic, also 4 items. Both ADCs can burst extremely hard. And, you know, in this type of situation, we'll see who can peel for who better. Caitlyn has some self-peel. Arguably, Kai'Sa has better self-peel with her speed boost that turns her invisible, plus her dash that gives her a shield. But we will see, with all this damage loaded onto the map, we can't count either team out off pure scaling alone. All 5 members of blue side team seem interested in congregating in the mid lane, and full party Sett looks for another flank play, of which he finds a target. He finds 2. TLW gets taken down. GreyMercury flashes in yellow, and despite turning golden, he gives over a double kill to the Jarvan. And now the 3 remaining members of red team have to move over to the mid lane, and Llune gets engaged on. She throws out the charm, she hits the enemy jungler, and the ADC is colossal, dealing so much damage. 9, 2, and 4. Meanwhile, Zed just bursts down CaffinatedQueen with that death mark. That cooldown is so low now, 36 seconds. You could barely eat a sandwich before he gets it back up. And the red side members hold off yet again. They have lost their mid inhib, and the Elder Dragon will spawn very soon. Less than 40 seconds now. But neither team is ready to go out. And by the time this dragon spawns, we'll see the return of these massive spells from both sides. All that damage and all that zone control makes for a highly haphazard and unpredictable game state. Can't call anyone out just yet. And we're going to see some bush play here. We see pings coming out. 3 out of 5 members have sat inside this bush. They have guaranteed there is no vision in there thanks to the sweepers by Seraphine. And now, Morgana pushes forward and gets vision for her team. Destroys Blast Cone in case people want to jump over. And now it's a game of waiting. Who will make the first move? Oop, I'm going back into the game. I won't miss anything just yet. Hold up, guys. Oh, there it is. The engage comes out. I'm going to hit backspace. Let's see how this all unfolds. My client just quit itself. Oh. And now we see GreyMercury, Sleepy Craig pop out. The Malphite ult hits one person. It's the Kai'Sa. Malphite now completely alone. And now we see 2 Lone Rangers diving in. Sleepy Craig's fallen. That's the jungler of blue side. That's the jungler of red side taken out. Morgana, or Seraphine, lands a colossal ult. And now pool party Sett is taken down. He's completely without allies on that side of the map. Triple kill goes over to RinneganSus. And ace goes over to red side team on this game. They will secure 4 people with the Elder Dragon buff, and they will have this devastating super buff that executes with only a 5th of your HP remaining on these champions. This is so incredible. Goal difference now, a staggering 4.5k in favor of Chimkin, and I'm predicting that that goal lead's going to keep on expanding as this game goes on. 41 minutes now. This is extremely intense. Despite Drake's Soul, despite the broken inhib, Chimkin are still inside this game, and now they have the most powerful super buff you can ever obtain in this game, Elder Dragon. And now they're going to force this Baron, and likely without an answer from blue side team, as blue side's jungler hasn't even woken up from that last fight yet. He's still snoozing. He's still in that induced coma, and there it is. 5 members with 5 members with Baron, and 4 of those also with the Elder Dragon buff. With all the AoE zone control of red side team, I am definitely predicting that those AoE ults will be all that it takes to carry this game to the end. What a terrifying game we've seen. But at the same time, if Malphite gets a good ult, if Jarvan gets a good ult, if Caitlyn, Bran, Morgana get good ults, then this game could turn on a dime. So intense. Jarvan is definitely waiting in the wings here. And oh, Zed dives in extremely far. He gets knocked airborne, and he doesn't have the time to blink back. GreyMercury dives in, though, and he secures the kill onto the enemy ADC. That is not a member you want fallen now. And GreyMercury still keeps going forward. He doesn't do a ton of damage to the Malphite. The mid lane inhib gets taken down, though. And now Jarvan flies in. He burns his Flagon Drag already. He's extremely low. And he's burned down by the Elder Dragon buff from RinneganSus, who is looking for more. That Void Seeker is seeking new blood, and it is seeking the end of this game. GreyMercury leading the charge. The front one, the one in front taking the damage. Now TLW with that AD cannon that we questioned earlier in the game. Now one Nexus turret has fallen. The first one on blue side to fall, and second in this game. whohehax is almost about to fall. He gets charmed, and same with the Brand, who narrowly escapes, but not anymore. And 1-1 tie in this series. Chimkin have claimed it back after a rough early game, and they have secured this late game for themselves. All that AoE zoning has paid off, all those plays, and now 1-1 in this grand finals. We're going to game 3!
That was an absolutely incredible game, and what a turnaround from Chimkin. They turned the game from an even game, or first they were behind, then the game got even, and now they just created an amazing snowball lead, able to pull ahead there, and that was some real good dedication and good teamwork from them.
This is some incredible stuff. Man. I'm out of breath after shouting for that long. 40-plus minute games are some of my favorites, but they're some of the most exhausting to go through.
Definitely.
Alrighty. Well, I have on screen, next game is at 10:20, but that game lasted so long that we might run the clock a little bit. So, after taking a little break here, I've downed 2 whole water bottles since starting this stream. I'll head to the bathroom real quick, and then I will be right back to interview the players with you, Nick.
Sounds good.
I've now returned. after hearing from one of the players that they've got to proceed with something early tomorrow morning, we'll have to cut some of the interviews short, but what I'm guessing will happen is, Nick, you and I will ask maybe one question each, and then we'll be on our way to the next team.
Sounds good. I'll try to keep it short and sweet.
Yep. I'll try to as well. I'll hop down to Chimkin's lobby, and so I will bring you there as well. Howdy, guys.
Hello.
Thanks.
Hello.
Div. Hi.
Congratulations on tying up the series 1-1. This is the banger that we were all looking for.
Yay.
Yes, agreed.
What an incredible series from you guys. And man, all those plays were so crazy. Things from the Baron flip late in the game to all those AoE zone that you guys have to the final plays that would seal the deal. That was insane.
Yes. I
So-
agree.
Dream Stylist skin. And
It was just a salad gap, honestly.
Oh
Yeah, salad
my.
Well, to keep things short, I'd like to ask one question about the game and about your mood going into this third and final game of the entire tournament. So, nerves might get in the way, and the games can be frustrating when you get down at some point, but you guys managed to pull through in this 40-plus minute game. So, how'd you guys do it?
40 plus minutes?
Yes.
43 minutes, I believe.
We just played around our jungle because, you know, it's a massive jungle
Yeah.
gap.
Uh,
Yeah, massive.
oh
Ginormous.
my goodness.
I mean, I just ate like a couple of salads beforehand,
Yeah.
and you know,
Oh.
during like the 45-minute break we
I had
had,
a chili. I was
I
like,
had
man,
so
I'm
many
feeling
salads.
popping off.
Yeah, if we weren't sponsored by Keeps, I think we would have lost.
Alrighty.
Alright, honestly,
Actual thing. Funny jungle Zed. I picked it.
Nice.
we did
Yeah,
do it. We did pick it. Alright,
Alrighty.
yep.
So, Jungle
Yep.
Zed, we're here in a salad diff, and
Huge
my
salad
goodness.
diff. Huge
alrighty.
salad diff.
Now, what about... I'll now move the floor over to Nick here to keep things short and sweet. So, Nick, if you've got a question to ask these players, then feel free to do so.
Sure, absolutely. I'm looking right now, really, I think bot lane was a really incredible turnaround, specifically from Kai'Sa and Seraphine. I think in the early game, you guys were down 3 or 4 kills in that first 10 minutes of the game, and came back and ended up with dealing the most damage in the game as the ADC. How does that feel coming back from that?
It's pretty good. Just Seraphine was really good at peeling, so it made the game easy.
The early game was not the greatest. I'm aware that like the lead that they got on was primarily because of me, like, and also their ability to get the wave pushed up and just poke. But I think I was able to just like stick to my ADC and then land good ults by the end of the game, so it ended up being pretty good.
Sounds good. Yeah, there was definitely one fight in the bot lane where I think you guys managed to go 5 or 4 for 1, actually it was. And that was a really fantastic turnaround, I think, because the game was probably pretty even at that point, and that was the start of the momentum shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Kai'Sa was just able to farm and then just like naturally get stronger that way, and then still be like relevant in team fights and snowball. At least from what I can tell.
Yes. At any given point in the game, you might not be the one carrying, but you can wait and simply allow the game to continue on. But yeah, congratulations on tying the game total to 1-1, and I am definitely enthusiastic about how the rest of the games go. If you guys are... Yeah, I don't want to keep you guys up for too long, but I am excited in all the stuff that has happened in this tournament, and I wish you guys the best. Just remember that side selection will change once again, and you will be on blue side for this third and final game.
Alright, first pick Syndra. I'm praying. They gotta have something else they're scared of.
All right. Now I'm gonna head over to the new Team Who Dis voice lobby and have a talk with them.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that was 45.
Howdy, guys.
Hello.
Congratulations on playing that last game, and it was a 40-plus minute game that we all had the pleasure of experiencing. Pretty intense. So, I'm going to keep the interview short and simple, and if you guys need a substitute player at the last minute, then we can fish around for someone, but it will be tough.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Maheen's looking a little bit dead, and he doesn't really want to play anymore, so...
Oh, is he done?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe.
alright. Cool.
So we have to find a sub.
No.
Okay.
Nick, you're in top lane. Get subbed in.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Found our sub already.
I've changed from commentator to top lane.
We already had him in the back pocket in case.
So I'm hearing
happened.
person in chat can
Okay.
sub.
So we already got it.
Okay.
Cool beans.
Okay. Well, I will be without a co-host for tonight, but you know, as long as you guys can play League, I do see in chat that there is a person interested in subbing, and I wonder if we have any people out in anyone else watching who would like to sub, because the substitution rules for the tournament are fairly generous. All you have to do is, if you're Plat 4 or below, then you can play any role. If you're Plat 3 plus, you can't use the main roles that you use to climb, and the two main roles. And as long as there are 10 bodies on the rift, then I'm totally fine.
It's alright. Nick's washed up. I don't. What rank are you? Gold 4.
Gold
Yeah,
4.
we're fine. We're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm being told that Plasma might be able to sub for Maheen, so.
Stop
Oh
it,
wait.
Linda.
There's a co-host sub.
Yeah, I think I'm subbing.
Okay.
I
No,
think that's
I'm
the-
saying
yeah.
like there's someone that said co-host sub
Oh, for me, okay,
in
perfect.
the
Yeah,
chat. Yeah.
Zips wants to be a co-host sub, by all means, if you're comfortable with that. I don't know.
But yeah, moving on. You guys will have to confirm what you do in DMs. So just DM to me what the final result will be, and
Yeah. Nick's top lane.
Okay,
Alright.
gotcha.
I'll let Maheen know because he is deafened, and I think he's taking a shower, so...
Okay.
He said he doesn't want to play.
he said he doesn't. He's,
Okay,
like, really
that's cool.
tired.
Alrighty, moving on with the interviews, and I guess, Nick, you'll be interviewing the team that you will eventually join. But,
That seems likely.
alrighty. That last game. What do you think was the apex of your team before it all came falling down? Basically, when were you at your strongest that last game?
I mean, about what 20 minutes, 18 minutes, somewhere around there. Just literally able to Jarvan destroy everyone. Like Malphite ult, Jarvan jumps in. Whatever champion it was did not exist.
I got you.
So
Pretty-
once you can fit that combo of Malphite ult, or Jarvan engage, blow up someone. I mean, the fight after that's fairly simple. It's just like a slow push with consistent damage from Brand and Caitlyn. So
Yeah. Your team could execute that formula all throughout the game. Jarvan ult or Malphite ult, and then vice versa. And, you know, as a Jarvan player, I do enjoy seeing the man be piloted, so I'm glad to see that guy around the rift. And now I'd like to pass the floor on to Nick. If you've got any questions for the team that you will apparently eventually join, then now's the time to ask.
Sure. I was pretty curious. Obviously, bot lane, you guys had a pretty strong lead early. What do you think was the deciding factor in allowing the enemy bot lane to come back into the game? I asked a question to the enemy bot lane and what allowed them to get into it, really. So I'm curious as to what you guys think was the turning point for you.
They got into the game outside of lane. So from the fights that we had where we weren't really engaging, there's a lot of situations where I think that if our Malphite had gone in on her when she was caught out, or if she was a little bit zoned out with even just her and Seraphine, and they had just nuked her, because they would have been able to nuke her in the beginning. Towards the late right there, we weren't able to do that because she was just so mobile. In lane, they weren't winning. I think we actually had a significant lead, and we also got first tower over them, I believe. It was just out of lane when we were doing our skirmishes is when she started to come back because she was really good in her positioning and sitting back and just peeling and being safe. I mean, she had 2 deaths that entire time, so she was doing a great job.
It was really hard to manage Zed on top of me and Ford.
Well, yeah, their Silas and their Zed just bum rushed me and Caitlyn every single time, so it was just like me trying to keep her alive, and then by that time, Kaisa had
too.
Was able to just, I don't know.
Oh yeah, there was one nasty fight where Seraphine hit about 4 people with ult, and it just ended after that.
Yeah, the drag pit.
I got you. It's good to hear from your perspectives, and going into this third and final game of the entire tournament, I hope you're excited to play in the grand finals. Remember that when I create the custom lobby, side selection will alternate yet again, and so you will be on the red side of the map for game 3.
Yeah, we got the good side. We got the winning side.
Yep, interestingly enough, red side has had a 100% win rate in the past 3 days. So.
That's kind of cool.
I'll now head over to the spectator box, and I will go on with the games. So I'll invite everyone, and you guys know the deal.
Alright.
I'm now going to create the custom lobby. There's a reason I don't create these lobbies ahead of time, and that's because Riot deletes custom lobbies that are inactive for 15 minutes. And so I'll just invite everyone, and hopefully they all get the memo that side selection has changed for this third and final game. So here we are. We're now going to see all 10 players on the Rift for the final time in this tournament, and so the fall tournament can come to a close. It is such an intense series, and I am proud that we've managed to make it this far. So intense. Man. I'll start up the bot once more. It has an hour-long playlist, and I believe I left it running throughout that entire second game, so let me know if the music is good to play throughout the entire game and not just in Champ Select. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud, because this will be the first ever stream where I use this Riot soundtrack in my stream. So let me whip it out one more time. And as you guys saw earlier, those were the songs were the credits for all the soundtracks I use in my stream. Added in a whole lot of Worlds-related stuff, as well as some old soundtracks like Demacia Rising, which came in an album several years ago, as well as the old ranked theme song from back in Season 5. Seems there may be an issue with some of the players' clients, and we'll just give them time to reset their clients. There's no problem with that. All of these songs added in a bunch of World Championship themes, and personally, one of my most memorable ones is the one for 2019, because that represents the year when I first started League of Legends esports as a hobby that I would follow. And so 2019 onwards would be the era of my following League esports. I started playing League of Legends in 2018, Season 8. Newest champ to be released was Pike. And that was a year infamous for a late season update where ADCs were significantly nerfed and the strongest bot lane combinations were Janna Soraka and Cassiopeia tossed in there. So that's the original meta that I played in, but so much has changed, and I started playing right before they added turret plates. What about you guys in chat? When did you guys start playing League, and what were some things that are now way different in 2022? I'll now need everyone to type R. Okay. Looking at the League lobby, you guys can see the flowing of R's in chat. They are ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just need 4 more players. You know, whenever chat is turned on, I don't actually read chat most of the time. I'm mostly focused on the game, and that's kind of how I am in my own League games as well. Most of the time I don't look at chat even though I have it enabled. Well, who all here is ready? unbakedpanic is asking, would anyone like peppermint as a refreshment? Alrighty, reading chat. Played right as a Aphelios released. Can't believe some of the things people said used to not exist. Alcove and plates. I was actually there when the alcoves did not exist yet. So top lane and bot lane were completely smooth. Top lane had 3 bushes and bot lane had 2, I believe. I may be wrong with that.
Hello.
4, 5, 6. Hello there.
I guess I'm here now.
I guess you are here now. Welcome. If you're interested in giving some commentary, then you've come to the right place. And if you'd just like to hear the commentary live, then you are welcome to stay as well.
Alright.
Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now start the game. Now start the game. Best of luck. Here we are. We're about to see the start of this game. The item overhaul was interesting. Yes. The artwork for the items changed drastically. For those of you who did not experience the entire shop system getting changed up, the concept of things like mythic items versus legendary items did not always exist. You used to be able to buy multiple copies of any item in the game. You simply didn't have access to all their passives at the same time. So if you had double Lludens, for example, you wouldn't have a double echo effect.
Not a problem.
Udyr, Syndra, Misfortune band. We'll never see an Udyr in this finals. And possibly for good reason, as Pool Party Sett went deathless on here on Friday, Game 3.
Yeah, I got to see that first time, as you know.
Pike has been banned. Diego gets taken away. That's the man. That's the carry from Game 1. He's not going to make a reappearance. He's not going to make a reappearance. And no cameos from Zed either. We're going to see some new faces, maybe. Bans have been shaken up, and there are only 6 bans in round 1. And we get Kaisa again. Likely going to RinneganSus if the role swaps from last game are established this game as well. see, almost every champ has been well overtuned on first release and gets fixed or disabled in their first week these days. Didn't used to be like that. I can't say too much about it, too much about champs getting changed like that, because I am aware that in the early days they released a champ every patch, so every 2 weeks. And most of those champs have since been reworked later on. For modern champs, yes, you can see things like Samira and Ziri and Llune have been changed significantly shortly after they've been released. Ziri's appeared in nearly every patch notes as well. Now we see the bot lane duo for red side coming out. New Team Who Dis has locked in Senna Caitlyn, double artillery. Of the champs that have been released in the past couple of years, which I feel are fairly balanced, I believe Sett has only had issues with numbers. Granada has been fairly fine. Neela has been pretty fine because she has a very unique playstyle.
I feel like Rel was really good.
Rel is another one. I enjoy playing Rel, but she is getting changed up. She'll become a Transformer champ by the likes of it. Her switching from humanoid to horse form and back and forth will be switched over to the ult, and instead she'll have a shield for one of her basic abilities.
They haven't released like a Transformer character in a really long time, right?
They have a Transformer character in what? Sorry?
They haven't released one in a while, right?
Transformer characters are extremely rare. Yes.
Yeah. So it'll be nice to see a new one.
Yes. Jace was the 100th champion to be released, but I believe he was released 9 years ago. Kennen gets taken away, and that's in zone control. Those are two bans from new team that directly there on the last game.
Vex pick. It's been banned so far, basically every game.
Yeah. Diana gets taken away, Silas gets taken away. These bans have turned from this person plays this regularly to this person played these champs in the past 72 hours. In that way. I found most reworks decent, though I still prefer old Aurelius, says a person in chat. I'm personally a fan of pretty much every rework that Riot has churned out in the past couple of years, and some of my favorites being Fiddlesticks, Pantheon, and Mordekaiser. I love those guys.
Mordekaiser was one of the best reworks of all time, honestly.
I know Mordekaiser has been greatly simplified from what his previous incarnation was. He's been reworked multiple times. I believe we're in his 4th incarnation right now. But Mordekaiser just feels so cool.
Exactly. His thematics are on point, he looks really smooth, and his sound is really nice as well.
Yes. I think the sound of landing an isolated Q is just so satisfying. It's intense. Same with getting the second hit before you're about to activate your passive AoE.
Yeah. A lot of really good noises in base Mordekaiser.
Now going back into Champ Select, we see a lot of magic damage coming out from blue side team. And if that Victor gets locked in, then we'll see every single champ dealing a significant portion of their damage in the form of magic damage.
And Shyvana, I'm not sure if that was seen this tournament on Pool Party Sett.
I'm not sure if the Shyvana has been pulled out by Pool Party Sett before in this tourney. Olaf has been seen by the Oblivious Mage, I think, on Team Eclipse way back in quarterfinals, but I don't believe Olaf has made a reappearance again. I'm surprised that Kaisa wasn't banned. Kaisa was pretty strong in last game, but Kaisa is dependent on her team. She doesn't have the most range in the world. Her Void Seeker is pretty high, but her auto attack range is pretty pitiful. And, well, RinneganSus did play excellent in the last game. Let's not discredit his performance. Kaisa is still fairly squishy, and it might be best to kill her setup, like Kennen and Silas, as opposed to just doing away with Kaisa. Because Kennen and Silas might be able to set up a different ADC as well. Maybe it turns out RinneganSus is Draven one trick. Or maybe it turns out that they play tons of Tristana and so on. So it might be better to kill the champs that keep Kaisa safe rather than negate Kaisa. Because the champs that keep Kaisa safe will keep the others safe as well. And looking at scaling, yeah. Blue side almost unquestionably has better scaling. Looking at that Olaf is the biggest question in this game with regards to scaling, because we know that he falls off a cliff as the game goes on, and I'm a Mastery 7 Olaf player. I played him since before his mini rework earlier this year, where his W now gives him a shield, whereas before it didn't do that. Olaf does have a ton of early power, though, and there's a reason he is a monster whenever it comes to early game metas. Both teams have a huge amount of damage, and they have some way of reaching champions far away from them. Blue side has Ornn ult, Seraphine ult, Zac E, and Kai'Sa ult and W. While red side team has Senna ult, they have Caitlyn ult, Vex ult, and those are their long-ranged artillery tools.
Yeah, this game will be really interesting when it comes to team fights. Because blue side has a lot of good team fight ultis as well as general abilities.
Yeah.
But you can't really underestimate red side either, because they do have the Shyvana ulti, which can be huge.
Yeah. If that Shyvana builds any AP items at all, then her fireballs will shred through most of the members of blue side team, and it's extremely difficult to avoid that damage. And with both teams have some insane scaling. You've got Senna as a infinite scaler. Shyvana and Vex will dish out some nasty artillery that will be hard to dodge over and over again. But then you also have Ornn, Seraphine, Victor, and Kai'Sa, not to mention a Zac. We'll see how execution goes, because I don't want to make judgments too quick. And that last game, Nick and I were trying to predict how the dragon fight would go out, and it turns out there were a series of misplays that completely dashed away our predictions. So no amount of brain power and thinking can reveal how players act in certain key moments. Yeah, this series is astoundingly close, and I can't call the series at all. Even looking at champ select, I can't tell you if the game's going to go one way or another. Olaf falls off really hard, but what if that Olaf gets 9 kills? And thanks to everyone in chat for tuning in, because this is an exciting series. I'm exhilarated. Now you guys will see the guts of the operation. There's my OBS. Loading into the game. We're gonna check out all the picks. And just as a side comment, everyone's got skins except for the Victor. And Victor Caitlyn are 2 champions from who feature in the Arcane Animated Series, which I believe a video was dropped not too long ago, earlier today, teasing an Arcane Season 2. Let me just rearrange the order of champions. And now we're off. Blue side concentrate their members, and red side spread out their members right from the get-go. Blue side has tons of members heading into the bot side of the map.
Interesting.
Ooh. And red side look for a top jungle invade. This is definitely the series to see a level 1 aggro play. And we saw it last game as well.
I believe this is the first time we've done anything besides a 5-point. In the final game of the series. Changing it up.
We did see it in game 2 as well. If you remember Morgana getting hit by a Sylas engage at level 1.
Do not recall.
happened in the bottom side of the map where all 5 members of Chimkin would pull into a bush and surprise the support of new team. Now TLW walks up to lane. He takes a good bit of damage, and this damage may linger as the game goes on. Full party Sett. Full party Sett, Lapierre. Now both spotted in the blue side. That leash lasts for an extremely long time, and full party Sett finally gets the smite. Now Sleepy Craig has secured his red buff. He might go for some vertical jungling here to kill the blue buff of his opponent jungler as well. Llune Rinnegan now laning against unbakedpanic 0-1. This is an interesting top side matchup because Ornn will get so tanky that Olaf won't do much, but this is the very early game, and Olaf has the numbers to definitely scrap against most champions. Now we see some damage going out between the two mid laners. These mages are pretty strong. One of the ways to deal with a Victor is to play a mage, because Victor bullies melee champs, and Vex is a mage, but she also bullies champs that spam their dashes, like Yasuo and Aurelia. So we'll see how each of these mid laners executes. CaffinatedQueen gets a lot of damage, and Prox will execute right there. She has already burned her potion, and so the health discrepancy between them might narrow. Oh, we're seeing an engage. First gank of the game comes from Sleepy Craig, who has hopped on to unbakedpanic, and now he's about to slap both of those bot laners some scent, and first kill of the game might go over to Sleepy Craig on the Zac. Little goo man has secured the first kill of Game 3 of the series. That is pretty big for this man, as he can do a lot of damage and also become extremely tanky as the game goes on with his percent health and percent health damage and his health scaling. Now in top side, Olaf and Ornn, both Freljordian champs, do some damage to each other, but neither can get a solo kill just yet. Both top laners have taken their TPs, and both junglers, as we predicted earlier, have opted for vertical jungling, where they control opposite halves of the map. So typically, jungling occurs in the quadrants that your team controls, while right now, jungling occurs in the quadrants that either both border top lane or both border bot lane. Full party Sett will recall and make his first recall of the game between the two junglers. GreyMercury and CaffinatedQueen, both low mana. GreyMercury has to flash away, and Caff flashes as well, throwing out the ignite and the auto, and that is just enough to kill Victor. Now Vex has secured her own kill. Caff may not be playing Veigar, but she is playing a different Yordle, and this Yordle is still mean, maybe little, but it still packs a punch. Every QWER.
Very good play. That was really nice to see.
It was nice to see. That was nice to see because it involves such a narrow margin. But I'm a fan of those types of plays. It shows that you are calculated, you are willing to take those risks. Victor's returned back to lane, and while Victor did get solo killed, he does scale extremely hard, lots of AoE damage, and has a passive that encourages you to wait out the game a little while longer than you would certain other champs. Full party Sett will go for a Drake kill on spawn, as it has not even been 20 seconds, not even a commercial break, and full party Sett gets ready to slay this dragon. Meanwhile, Sleepy Craig looks for a play in the top side. Olaf does not have his ult, and so he cannot be CC immune. He gets slapped back to side. Lapierre takes a ton of damage, and TLW eventually gets a kill, giving him a 1-kill lead over his top lane opponent. Lots of people concentrated in the bot side right now, and Drake will go over to red side, uncontestable from the Shyvana. And that Shiv has started stacking her passive already, not even 6 minutes into the game. Looking around the map, TLW will get the first plate between Ornn and Olaf. GreyMercury, CaffinatedQueen still slugging it out against each other. hallmark of Cavs picks this tournament has been opting for a Ignite. Shyvana will go for a jungle camp invade for initiating any ganks. She might be able to gank mid or bot side. Senna lands a root and won't get any poke afterwards. RinneganSus, unbakedpanic, playing very carefully, same with Zero One and Llune. Shyvana continues farming the jungle. Full Party Sett has done pretty well this series with knowing when to invade and has secured this huge 16 CS gold lead, 16 CS lead over Sleepy Craig, which has pretty much nullified any gold lead you would get from the kills and assists. Oh, the slingshot comes out and Sleepy Craig gets ready to throw the Senna back down, but the engage misses from Seraphine. That could be big. And Zero One is just about to escape, but he does not. RinneganSus still gets the kill, and that is 1-0-1 for that Kaisa. 1-0-1. This is RinneganSus teaching you how to play the bot lane, and the bot lane is currently being ruled by this Zac, who has ganked twice in this lane and secured 2 kills so far for his team in the bot side alone, not to mention his plays around the map.
Yeah, very gank heavy as you can see, but on the other hand, we do have Pool Party Sett coming in with a lot of extra CS.
Yeah, Full Party Sett has a huge CS lead, almost double that of the Zac in jungle. And this gold lead might keep on expanding if this style of ganking continues. The junglers might be faced with a decision here at this Rift Herald pit. Neither side has warded this. Neither side has warded this Epic Monsters pit, and so there is not explicitly any vision on it. Both junglers do recognize, however, that neither is doing the Herald at this time. Now, CaffinatedQueen looks to push out the wave a little bit more, but she remains low health on the Vex at only 137, and mages are pretty mana-hungry class, as we all know. Both junglers do face each other in the top side now, and they might look to kill this Rift Scuttle. Oh! Olaf discovers the Zac, but it's impossible to disrupt him if the... It's impossible to disrupt that slingshot if you don't have any hard CC, and an Olaf axe might hurt, but that axe can't hack off enough of Zac's slingshottiness, his stickiness, in order to pin him down. Shyvana will, in fact, get this Rift Herald, and it will again cement the big farm lead that she has for herself, and if she drops the Herald before turret plates fall, then that will be even more gold for her to acquire. GreyMercury puts down some vision, but he's in a dangerous spot because this Shyvana is around the corner. Ornn is nearby, though. Zac is also nearby, and Zac might be looking for a play. A ping came out from an anonymous red side ping came out from anonymous red side ping, and so red side must figure that Zac is somewhere down here. Zac might opt for a dive, although that will be dangerous versus a Senna Caitlyn who can throw down their zone control tools and prevent you from doing so. Now Zac might go for a gank in mid lane, and he almost directly lands on top of the Vex, who has to burn her flash away, and now she has no mobility spells to get away. She gets stunned, she gets hit by the gravity field, and now Zac burns his own ult as well. Shyvana's there, but it's too little too late. Not turning into a dragon will not help out, and there's nothing she can do to reclaim her lost teammate. Shyvana will have to walk away, farming her bot side camps. And now, some pings coming out from the bot side laners, but Zac indicates his Chilling Smite is not ready. And now, I'll rewind the footage. 10:31, we see Olaf extremely low. Both top laners are fairly low, but Olaf doesn't have a ton of mana, and he doesn't have an ult either. Oh! A flash Fire Breath by the Ornn secures the kill onto Olaf now. 2-0, and this might be the end of this top lane. I don't want to call things too early just yet, but with 2 kills on this tanky Ornn over the Olaf, who is supposed to get an early lead, it may be curtains in the top side already. Shyvana now dives towards the dragon, and rushing down the river, she aggroes it, looking to call her teammates around and do the Drake on spawn as she has been doing. It seems Zac will recall, and the Drake will be totally uncontested from blue side once again, giving red side a 2 Drake advantage this game.
Yeah, it seems as though a pool party Sett is doing the best on the team with 2 Drake stacks already and very high CS.
Yep. Ooh, and our final Drake soul for this game 3 is the one that I personally consider the most exciting to watch, the Hextech Drake. Hextech Drake also has one of my favorite map additions, which are these little gates that pop up. The gates that I'm hovering over right now are one way. You can only go out of the base. But then there are gates in other parts of the map that are 2-way. You can use them to get near Baron Pit, or get near Drake Pit, or get away from them. The junglers and mid laners know that each other are there. And everyone should have a good idea of where everyone is on the map right now. No more ganks until there is an element of surprise. In this game, I'd like to look at the vision scores, which is... Vision is underappreciated at lower elos, but it's still very important because seeing the enemy is the difference between being surprised by them and walking away from them. And looking at the vision scores of both teams, Shyvana has worked hard to get a lot of effective vision and get a lot of effective vision for her team. And now she's about to gank. Shyvana gets seen. CC immune is the Olaf. Olaf doesn't get hit by the Call of the Forge God. TLW might be done for, and he gives over a kill to the Shyvana. The dragon didn't even have to transform. Meanwhile, in mid lane, CaffinatedQueen gets targeted in a separate play. Sleepy Craig, just inside this bot side bush, very sneaky, throws himself up and combos perfectly with the Victor stun. That gravity field denied any chance for CaffinatedQueen to escape by walking out. Without her flash, she has no way to escape. And meanwhile, in top side, that kill we saw earlier with Shyvana and Olaf, now that has spiraled into a Rift Herald, and this should become a killed turret down here in the bot side. And there's another play. There's another play down with the bot laners. All 3 lanes with at least 1 kill. Seraphine throws out the ult and burns the flash from Miss Fortune. And it looks like RinneganSus flashed the wrong way. His cursor must have been hovered over the mini-map or something. Now Llune gets hit by a Caitlyn ult as well. And she has to burn both her sums and escape. UnbakedPanic pushes forward, looking to use the range of that Caitlyn to acquire more of an advantage and secure maybe 2 turret plates, given how late into the turret plate part of the game we are. And soon the early game will come to a close. And Shyvana, again, continues stealing these topside camps, continuing the vertical jungling pattern that we've seen throughout the game that both teams have set themselves up for. Seraphine pushes forward. Sleepy Craig is here to gank, and he throws the 2 of them together. Kaisa is ready on the way, but she's not quite there just yet. Sleepy Craig doesn't need any assistance here, as the Goo Man's base stats are big enough. He has enough of a damage potential. 0-1 has to flash away. RinneganSus is looking for this ult. He dashes over. The kill instinct allows him to close the gap. Q with a Cathian Rain onto that Senna and nail the enemy support straight in the head, getting RinneganSus his 2nd kill of the game. Now Rinnegan dashes away from the Vex, who looks for the low health ADC, the moderately high health ADC. Pretty intense game. And goal difference between the 2 teams is 1.4k in favor of Sentinel, but overall not too big. Pool party Sett throws down the fireball and eventually deters Ornn from hitting the turret more. And more than just deterrent, he's here for extermination. He's not here for prevention, he's here for execution. And Pool party Sett gets his 2nd kill of the game. Alrighty. Rift Herald will spawn in 15 seconds, and Pool party Sett might continue securing the second. He might continue with securing the second Herald of the game to further his 100% neutral objective secure this game so far. Both dragons and the first Herald have been slain by the Dragon Lady herself. So in bot side, I see Seraphine ult ready, Caitlyn ult ready, Senna ult ready. But both bot lanes characteristically play very cautiously. Both sides, I have to admit, are playing pretty smart and not risking too much action as the junglers have concentrated their efforts up here. Sleepy Craig, 2 levels down, the Olaf still seeks to poke down the Viking man a little, Broloff. Here we see the Hex Gates being used, and Pool Party Sett dives deep into enemy jungle and places down some vision. And now Sleepy Craig, TLW, GreyMercury push forward. GreyMercury gets rooted, and he gets chunked down. That might be big here. And Ornn lands a 2-person engage, and 0-1 gets exploded. Seraphine gets discovered, but not before landing a 2-person Seraphine ult, one of whom was the CC immune Olaf, though. And that's Olaf wasn't immune to the sticky goodness of that Zac, and Zac just throws him backwards. Double kill for RinneganSus, 4-1 and 2 on the Kai'Sa. And now CaffinatedQueen gets extremely low. She's got barely any numbers on her. Triple kill for Rinnegan, and that is an ace. The last hit secured by GreyMercury on the victor. And now we see Chimkin start to explode their lead as the goal difference between both teams has climbed to about 3K in favor of blue side team. Now I'd like to take a little break here and hydrate myself. I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that I've consumed about 2 whole water bottles since the start of the stream, and since starting this game I've consumed about half of another water bottle, and it is one stay hydrated. And keep your hydration handy. Pretty intense game we see. And Chimkin stand in the lead, but I don't count out new team Whodis out just yet, because we've seen both teams pull out miracles out of nowhere. And both teams are definitely good enough to make plays that seal the deal for their game. Pool Party Sett might opt to secure this Rift Herald, but with knowledge of blue side being up here, that play becomes more dubious as time goes on. GreyMercury, though, is discovered by that Olaf, and he is in serious danger. He throws down the gravity field, but won't help against an Olaf that is immune to CC, and it gives over a 350 gold bounty over, but Seraphine ends up landing a multi-man ult, and that is a triple kill for RinneganSus, who has been stellar in the past 2 games on this Kai'Sa. I did talk about Kai'Sa needing setup, but the setup doesn't... I talk about Kai'Sa needing setup, but RinneganSus knows how to pilot her well enough that fancy setup isn't necessary. The ADC is already good enough. Now 0-1 has to escape because Rift Herald will likely be dropped in the mid lane, and Zac slingshots himself enthusiastically into lane, dropping down that giant purple beast, and the eyeball eventually transforms, and there we have it, a giant purple Rift Herald, ready to charge down the mid lane. It won't even need to headbutt this turret. It just finds its way into some rocky foundation, but no damage done, no max percent health, no internal raw dealt to the Rift Herald, except for this second charge, and the second turret will still survive, though, because Shyvana and Vex lie too close nearby. And an Olaf, too, looking to find some takedowns this game. Ghost almost ready, and Ragnarok about to be up. GreyMercury might be in trouble here, as his Victor will have to run away without a turret. And he throws down the gravity well. He throws down the gravity well, but that Victor might be dead here. He throws out the Chaos Storm, and he is still ripped apart. He cannot escape despite trying to ghost his hardest away. And now Olaf gets set up as the victim of a killer instinct with the Call of the Forge God, that 1 mile long engage range. And now the Olaf falls 2-5-3, while Kai'Sa is 9-1-2 with 2.5 items. looking to build, I believe, a Phantom Dancer this game. Sleepy Craig, meanwhile, kills CaffinatedQueen, who goes for some turret damage. Admirable, but you can't underestimate the power of Zac, and if you don't see over your walls, you have to treat him like a Fiddlesticks, you have to treat him like a King, you have to treat him like a Rek'Sai. And this guy is one of the defining champions that tells you, be very afraid of how you ward. Now 4.8k in the lead stands chimkin. And this blue side team has been doing pretty well, and they might buck the trends of red side equals win that we've seen in the past 72 hours. All 3 games of Straw Hats versus New Team Who Dis ended with red side team winning, including the 46-minute game, which stands as the longest game in the entire tournament. Even that game was determined by the red side being the victor. RinneganSus, Llune looking for a cheeky engage here. They don't see everything around them, as this area behind the blue buff wall right next to Wolves is completely dark. And looking around the map, gotta point out, Hextech Drake, one of my favorite Drakes to watch, is 40 seconds away from spawning. And looking at how vision is being controlled here, red side have no eyes at all on this thing, not a little trinket is available to help them out. Vex will be able to ward if she can get close enough to drop her far side alteration, but red side team might call it quits on this Drake, as the Hextech Drake will likely go the way of blue side team. Unless I am calling it short too early. Man, looking around, giving you guys this team fight view, and 3 of the Chimkin members have pulled themselves inside this pit. Sentinel gets tanked, and Call of the Forge God comes out. It hits 2 people, 2 of the squishies, and Shyvana flies into the team, and Seraphinold hits 4 people! And that engage, that's colossal, that's the wombo combo we've been waiting for this entire time, since champs like RinneganSus gets 1 kill onto the Olaf, who tried diving into him. And now Zac's turned to the blobs. Can you smack him? Can you whack him? Is he a whack-a-mole? Olaf gets... Ornn gets kited though. He takes a ton of damage. He may be tanky, but can he deal with this dragon that's on him? Can GreyMercury do something? Can CaffinatedQueen do something? Neither team has their ults, and Shyvana has exited her dragon form. GreyMercury gets a Parthian shot onto 0-1, and that Senna is not safe anywhere in this game. Dove by Zac, engaged on by Ornn, and now lasered by Victor. There is no skill shot in the game that is unwilling to hit him. And GreyMercury does it again! He gets a second isolated kill! Full party Sett has now claimed another kill as well, but now he'll claim this Hextech Drake and make his team 3-1 in the lead, now with soul points for the Hextech Drake soul buff. This is incredible stuff. Again, I can't count anyone out, and I called that last Drake fight too early. RinneganSus goes for some damage, and Olaf ults away just to stay safe with that burst of movement speed. But, man, Ragnarok spent for some autos by an ADC. This is a pretty wild game. Looking at the individual gold basket, it's been a little while since we've seen the individual gold pools. Ornn is about 600 gold ahead, but we gotta consider that as Ornn goes through the game, he can upgrade Ornn items. And as he upgrades these items, he gets 1,000 gold worth of value for each one. So, once Ornn upgrades all 5 team members' items, his team gets a total of 5,000 gold in stats. Absolutely busted. Now we also see the worth of futures market at hand. If you see this negative number, this is because Victor has the inspiration tree, judging by his first strike, and so he must have a futures market room. The biggest gold difference exists in the bot lane. RinneganSus stands over 3k, almost 4k over unbakedpanic. Well, we enter this very uneasy lull right now, as both teams are waiting to murder each other, but they need the right time to strike. Can't just fight indiscriminately in League of Legends. And as the game goes on, the Sentinel will continue scaling, and for an update, the Sentinel has 71 stacks, and GreyMercury gets hounded by this dragon who has to back off because the demigod Ornn has arrived. This god is as tall as 3 pine trees. He can throw up a dragon as large as whatever he wants, and despite the all 5 members of new Team Who Dis concentrate up here, they cannot get a kill in return unless there is some misplay from blue side here. SUPP pushing forward fairly aggressively in an area where he has no vision from his side. His team has no wards up in the top side, and they escape the Baron area, but still linger around just a little bit, fishing out for some damage, and the tensions remain pretty antsy as both teams have the tools to murder each other, and the super ults from both teams, such as Zac, Seraphine, Vex, and soon-to-be Shyvana and Olaf will be available for this next fight. RinneganSus throwing out some Void Seekers and detects that the red buff has been taken away. And now SUPP jumps straight onto the enemy mid laner, and now that is the Vex completely exploded. Pretty big pick there. Gold difference remains within 4K of both teams, though, and that's despite Chimkin having about double the kill lead of their opponents. Double the kills of their opponents. These teams are pretty ferocious, and they know just enough to stall the bleeding, as we've seen in all 3 games. And now Ornn makes an engage, SUPP makes an engage, RinneganSus is ready to follow, and Llune has yet to expend her Seraphine ult, the Encore. Such a devastating ult, and at the World Championship this year, we did see a similar looking ult, Renata, be used to great effect with its powerful, decently long ranged, its wide coverage, and its crippling AoE CC. Oh! Meanwhile, Olaf has to run away using the Ragnarok in order to escape SUPP's engage. He does have the Zac Let's Bounce, and he did not expend it, realizing that the goal was simply to burn Olaf's escape tools, which he has now done. Olaf will have his cooldowns back within 3/4 of 62.5 seconds, and so that engage may have been worth it had the if this Drake fight happened very soon, but Olaf will be able to recover. Meanwhile, all 5 members of both sides are concentrating in the bot side. Victor looks to recall it. He does not have TP, and so he will not be present for this Drake fight, which is the sole point for red side team. It's extremely dangerous, and if there is a misplay, then it could swing the game around, as the teams are different in gold, but not so much that any fight will be a stomp. You gotta be careful. SUPP is looking for the engage right now, but he eats some poke. He can regen a bit, though. He has opted for a Demonic Embrace, which shows a more aggressive Zac play, and I would respect that, as he has a 16.0 KDA. Given his singular death this entire game, in the past 28 minutes, he has died the fewest of anyone on the entire map, and that's for a tank that loves to dive. And Call of the Forge God misses the entire red side team as they part like the Red Sea. And Sentinel W, in the meanwhile, does catch a target, but does not leave any meaningful damage as Seraphine simply heals the team back up. SUPP goes for engage onto the jungle, and now this could be massive. Llune gets caught out. She throws out the Encore and hits 4 people, and SUPP does secure the dragon from the Shyvana, but now the blue side teammates are not in any danger at all. Kai'Sa has picked up a triple kill, and she's looking for this quadra on the Santa that she's dealt with the entire game. She has no ult though, but she does have a Void Seeker, and she does have a lot of movement speed. She has an E, and that is an ace secured. Quadra kill for Rinnegan. He opened up his eyes, and behold was the ultimate eye. Now red side team are just going now blue side team are just going straight for a Baron play. Now 5k gold difference between the two teams in favor of Chimkin, and SUPP, TLW, RinneganSus ready to damage this thing, melting it down in no time, not giving time for GreyMercury to respawn though, and the victor will respawn without the Baron buff to his name. Everyone else, however, does have that super buff, and everyone, regardless if they're dead or not, does reclaim a lot of gold injected into their veins as a result of executing that Baron. Now, around. We'll enter a lull state now, but that was a pretty intense fight. Marvelous stuff from those players. play might build here. Play seems to be developing, and Shyvana is ready to kill this Kaisa. When Zed pushes away, Kaisa does not shove past the midline, which is fairly smart. You gotta respect Rinnegan here, as he understands that his team does not have vision on this side of the map. Here's the blue side team vision, here's red side, and here's both sides. And given what we just saw on the minimap, Rinnegan did not have any eyes on the red side health bar. And if the wrong health bars clump up, then that 700 gold bounty and a hyper-fed ADC will be done for them. TLW just steps over the Caitlyn trap. Not concerned. Oh my gosh! Caitlyn gets murdered! That was just a dash and an Encathian rain, and maybe an auto in there, and that Caitlyn was just decimated, blown to pieces. Now, blue side has to be careful not to overstep here, and my OBS has to be careful with the spectator client not dying on itself. And now we're back into the game. Oop. Now we see hard shove from blue side. They're intent on ending this game 31 minutes in, but they can't stick for too long. They have some tanky people. They have a lot of damage, but no, Shyvana might do a lot of burst, and that root cancels the Zac slingshot, which could have developed into something pretty big. So props to 0-1 for stalling out what could have been a devastating engage and a short end of the game. At a time like this, you cannot count things out, and you can't be assured of your victory too well. Blue side team does scale really hard. Blue side team does have an 8k gold lead just about. But red side team, new team who does have a ton of damage. They have a ton of zone control. But Ornn also has a ton of zone control. Call of the Forge God hits the Vex. Zac hits the Vex as well, who has to flash away. And Zac has to flash away as well, but he's pinned against this gate. It's one-way entry, brother. You need to pay the toll, and you didn't have to cash, so you got to slingshot yourself around. Hop over the wall. Oh, the turret is almost dead. TLW might give his life, and there he is. He falls. Sleepy Craig gets really low, but Pool Party Sett doesn't stick around for any more action. He's already pretty low. The Colossal Dragon throws out a fireball, and it barely scrapes the Void Corrupted ADC. Sleepy Craig isn't looking too sleepy on this Zac, as he is fully awake. He is wide eyes peeled on the end of the game. 18.0 KDA and 18 out of 29 kill participation. Highest kill participation in this game coming from... Oh, GreyMercury gets engaged on by that Vex. And there was the opportunistic Vex engage that we've been worried about this game. Senna ult comes out in order to keep the Pierce safe, and the Olaf runs around, chucks an axe, and deals some damage. Throwing out Stridebreaker as well to clear this wave, because no wave means no shove, regardless of how fed you are. To an extent, of course. Oop, TP coming down. The Hextech Drake is now perching, and it will soon descend into its nest. But with the state of the red side base, Shyvana will go for a Drake contest as one here, and while Zac might be around, Shyvana might be fairly safe here. Shyvana's doing a ton of damage as well, and the Dragon is helping her out. This is tag team combat, and Shyvana transforms into a Drake of her own, rivaling the Hextech Drake in size. Look at that beast. Now red side gets zoned away. We do see some traps to prevent Shyvana from getting approached on, but that fireball is not doing a whole lot of damage against that Ornn. He's not afraid of fire, and he breathes his own fire. I don't know if I would threaten a fire-breathing man with my own torches. And now blue team has slain the dragon. They're now 3 Drakes. Both teams at soul point. And RinneganSus is godlike as he snaps his fingers, and that Vex just disappears from this planet, from this continuity. And so, looking around the map, we got to do a scan of how everyone is going. RinneganSus is 4.5 items, while Caitlyn is 2.5. And looks like this might be the end of the game. RinneganSus is burning down that turret. Demolition Derby. TLW gets TLW tanks a whole lot of damage. The Pire also takes a lot of damage. RinneganSus is legendary. This is the League of Legends. And you've got 2 tanks, you've got a support, you've got a mage, you've got an ADC to auto that Nexus. And good game, well played. Almost typed it down in instinct. Congratulations to Team Chimkin. 2-1 this series. Grand Finals champions. They have ascended. They have played through quarter, semis, and finals. And they have made it to the end. Congratulations. We have found our grand champions. Congratulations, players. Incredible stuff. Incredible plays. And such a gripping 3-game series to cap off the grand finals of the Vibing Kingdom's 3-week-long League of Legends tournaments that has featured 8 teams walk on the Rift. 3 whole weeks built up to this one moment. And now we have our grand champions. Let's give them a short visit and let's bid them farewell. I'll also be rewarding them their $5 worth of RP. So let's get everyone rounded up.
Angel.
Hello.
Howdy, guys.
When I got one thing to say before I leave.
And what would you like to say?
Fucking a goop gap.
So
Was
true.
Goop Gap, yeah. The Goopy Gooper.
The goopy goober, Zach.
It was the goopiest of all goopy gaps. So much goop was everywhere, alright?
Right. Now,
Have a nice night, Dragon.
With that, good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you guys later.
So, congratulations, and first thing I'd like to do is to pick up an old tradition that I dropped off way back in March. What would you guys consider as the finals series MVP?
Probably Cameron.
Alrighty.
I mean,
Cameron?
I'm gonna say it's Rennegan just because, he
Yes.
played really, really well.
Rennegan.
Yeah, his guys was really good.
Yeah, disgusting.
Yeah.
That was a pretty filthy Kaisa I got at. Mighty performance in game 2 and 3.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm very surprised they didn't ban it game 3.
Yeah, me too.
I know that was raised by some people in chat as well. The people watching my stream wondered why the Kaisa wasn't banned. And my thought process was, if you were to ban Kaisa, then the champs peeling for her, leeching her kills would still exist. So champs like Seraphine, champs like an engaged tank, they would still exist. So
Yeah.
So now, I'd like to ask you guys some questions, but I won't keep you here for too long. Now that you guys are the grand champions of this tournament, who would you like to thank on your journey here? Because no journey to the top is done alone, and in a team game like League of Legends, we don't play this game by ourselves.
I'd
Regardless
like
of
to
what it means.
thank Ninja Kiwi for making Balloon Star Defense 6.
Nice, Ninja
Right.
Kiwi, New Zealand organization
Yep.
that has been mentioned on Wikipedia as a driving force in New Zealand's video game development economy.
I will thank Angel for inviting me to play in her team
Nice,
on the Chimkins.
nice.
Yeah. I have said Chimkin in my arms, and that is who I like to thank.
I'd
Yes.
also like to thank Lyndon for hosting the tournament.
Yes,
Yeah, true.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Lyndon.
I
Yes.
say it again. Appreciate this man. I'll give you every ounce of your gratitude. Like, shower him with affection.
Yeah,
Will do.
it has been a long 3 weeks filled with a bunch of headaches, especially with scheduling, but we're finally here, and the tournament has come to a close. I guess the only thing for me to do now is to give you guys your $5 of RP, which Riot has devalued, and so in March it would have been worth $650 RP, but now it's worth $575 RP.
Damn you, Riot.
Yep, Riot, Runeterra suffering inflation right now.
Give my RP to Kindred. I don't need it.
I gotcha.
Oh,
Give
yeah.
RP to Kindred.
Chad.
That is because you own every skin in the game, yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Damn you, Garfield!
Well, I'll ask you guys one more question, and I'll do a fun hypothetical as well. So, when you guys get your $5 RP, what will you be spending it on now? It won't be a hypothetical any longer, as you will have it very soon. Let's go down the list. So, Rinnegan, what would you like to spend it on?
There's a Storm Dragon Lee Sin in my shop.
Nice.
So I'm gonna grab that one.
Nice.
Very nice.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a 6 skin. It's a legendary, and it's also in my shop as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I haven't picked it up though. I went for the SKT Jax that makes him look like a call center worker, which I personally relate to very much. Yeah. And what about you, Llune?
I think I was debating getting Bewitching Nico, but I think I typically just pool my RP for the My Shops that come, and my My Shop isn't particularly good, so I'm most likely just going to save it and see what skins are available time around.
Got you. And Tyler, you mentioned passing it on to Kindred, so that will be a question for another time. And Cameron, what would you be?
If you remember my answer
from
day one, I will be purchasing a house.
Yes.
I will be using this $5 of RP to purchase a house.
Yes. So
In all
you will purchase
seriousness,
a house with this $5 of RP.
Exactly. I'm gonna get a Zac Chroma to commemorate the goop.
No.
Nice.
Okay.
You're gonna get a Zac Chroma.
If you, is the color going to?
No, it's just gonna be one that I like. It's just gonna be a Zac Chroma that I like.
Good.
Because I'm a goob.
Yes. Now, next up, the last thing I'd like to ask you guys is, what things do you have to say about your opponents? What standout plays and what MVPs would you nominate on your opponent's roster?
Minus Mason being bald, he played very, very well, and
Very well.
Sure.
yeah, he was very good.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, I love that. I love that most of the players in the tourney know each other, and so you can go around calling Mason bald on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes like he would just like get into a fight, fucking like one shot me, especially in the Jarvan game, and then get out, and like he was really fleeting like his hairline. Also, that Veigar in game 1 was also disgusting.
Very, yeah.
Veigar in game 1. Yep.
The way Veigar pressed Q and ult was insane.
The cages made me want to perish. And also the Senna was very good.
Nice.
They were very, very good at spacing with their autos.
Yep. I
kept
respect
hitting
all
me
these
with W's
players.
when I was on Zach.
When you dirty Zed player.
Alrighty. Well, congratulations on winning Grand Finals, and I'll be joining the new Team Who Dis roster, or rather the 3 people who are remaining, and talk with them. If you guys would like to join them at the very end, then I can bring you guys down when we're all ready.
Nah, I'm gonna be joining my bed.
Yeah, he is. He is. I think you have work at 5.
At 5, yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm lucky.
Well, you have work in 6 hours from now, so good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Good night, Tyler.
Good night. Good night.
Take care, Tyler. Howdy.
I'll also be joining Tyler in bed.
Okay.
Me too. We've got a king-size bed for the 3 of us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you guys are heading out to sleep, then I don't want to hold you for any longer, but I'd like to say
I was
that...
joking.
Yeah, congratulations for making it to the grand finals and playing all 3 stages of the tournament. So, it's incredible.
Thank you. Thanks for hosting.
Thanks. I really worked hard at it, you know. I really put in the shift throughout the entire tournament.
Really, I want to thank our top laner for the short noticed sub, so that way he can get absolutely stomped in top lane. really,
didn't
really
do much.
a specific type of human being to join in and just get absolutely plowed in the top lane. So I do want to thank him for that one.
Hey. And again, I'll tell you guys what I told Tyler. I'm glad that most of the players in the tournament know each other, so you guys can call each other this type of stuff.
Who?
Yeah.
I don't know who this guy is. He's just being mean to me.
Alrighty, but yeah.
You say Tyler?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put him on orange duty. That's how good he is.
But yeah. The other team had some great things to tell you guys, and you guys
Yeah, I
performed
heard
pretty
they
well.
called me bald about 3 times, at least.
Yes. And the series was close, and it was extremely exciting. I'd like to congratulate all of you guys for your performances, because while the series was 1-2 in your opponent's favor, you guys played wonderfully. And that last game wasn't a walk in the park either. That was 6 Drakes that had to pass before the game finally ended. So that is a long, long time in League of Legends.
Yeah. It was a sad one, to say the least.
Yeah, I felt so much to be almost at like a disadvantage. I might as well have been playing with my keyboard unplugged.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Could not do anything.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
know
still
that-
had a...
I don't usually look at chat, the in-game chat, whenever I stream, but I did notice that you pinged that you were having lag spikes. Or rather,
Oh
you
yeah,
were
I
having
had
lag.
160 ping a lot. It was very hard to manage positioning and not being able to see what was going on. But the Zac pick was an excellent choice to really create, no space in being able to decide what you want to do with yourself.
I almost played Sett. I was like really, really wanting to play Sett there, but I think I would have threw a little too hard.
I don't know. Lethality Sett could have been the wave.
Lethality Sett. No. You guys played pretty well, and it's admirable to see your group of 5 walk the grand finals and play a 3-game banger of a series. So
Yeah, we walking straight home.
I'm walking
Straight to
straight
bed.
into Mason's bed.
Uh-huh.
into the king size bed, yes.
Yeah. With Tyler.
Yeah, but Tyler's in the middle.
Honestly, Cameron can join too.
He can.
Yeah.
Tyler and Cameron in the middle.
Well,
Yeah. I'll
I'd
be
like
sleep
to ask
talking.
you guys a couple broad questions. I won't focus too much on that last game, but throughout the whole tournament, what's been your favorite experience, either watching it or playing in it?
Probably getting banned out every game. I mean, not completely, but I mean, I got some bans put in. We'll just pick me at like the last 2 picks, and I just love seeing all those bans come in.
Gotcha.
But other than that, I mean, it was just I don't know, altogether like fun. Just I don't know, it was fun being able to watch like the last 3 minutes of every game, and I don't know, it's just been a fun thing in general.
Nice.
I wouldn't say there's too many specific things that I can pull out and be like, oh yeah, that was like the best thing that happened.
Yeah.
Besides that jungle gap first game. Anyways.
And what about the rest of you guys? Nick, I know you were co-host for the first 2 games, and you're suddenly slotted in for game 3. What a banger of a surprise.
I mean, I enjoyed the commentating a lot. Playing was nice too. I think part of it was definitely, I think everyone was starting to get a little bit tired towards the end.
Yeah.
As it does go to Sunday night. But, people were doing well. So I was really proud of everyone for playing through. And, people were very positive in the game. Obviously, I didn't have access to the comms in the first 2 games, but I joined. The only toxic one was the bald man himself. Everyone else is really well behaved.
It was not
really
toxic
kind.
at all.
Listen, this is my turn to speak. I was asked a question.
Yeah, this
Pipe
is
down.
Nick's time to shine here. He's got
Go
the
ahead.
mic.
But yeah, it was really lovely to be able to commentate, to watch the it's watching League, also being able to speak. I think also hearing you commentate as well was really really exciting. I think you give a lot of good context. It was nice to fill into. I don't have a favorite moment really. I think there were a few plays I was watching between those Zed plays, between those Viego plays that were really exciting. I think those are two champions that require a lot of mastery, a lot of skill, and I saw some really cool stuff from both of them.
Got you.
Oh, actually, one more thing. So, I do have a point to pull out. So that Viego game, killing Cameron on his little Darius play, walking over to the wall, able to Q on Darius, and then ult with Viego to push them out, and then hit him with the Q on Darius. That was a pretty solid play, and I didn't think it was going to work at all.
I see.
Yeah, I really liked in the second game when I think I killed Cameron at least twice with my ult. It was glorious.
It was. It was exciting to see and a big surprise to everyone, I imagine, because I remember one of the times Cameron, while he was piloting the Zed, used his shadow and then flashed away, but the Caitlyn ace in the hole still killed him. So that was crazy.
Yeah. Yes.
And props to everyone. You guys are all very capable, and it was hard to really call the games as they were going on because the games were so close. That last game sat within a 3k gold gap for like 95% of the runtime. So that was crazy.
Yeah,
Now,
sadly, didn't go full AP Shyvana to nuke him. I should have done that. You know, hindsight's 2020, but it's alright.
Yeah. Stuff like that happens. And no, the series is over, and I hope that this tournament could be a fun social occasion. Even if you still don't know that many people on the server, it is a way for people to conveniently meet each other. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with your teammates throughout the tourney, or just even in this one match, we had a whole lot of swaps.
I mean, I've definitely only played regularly with Mason, and I've played regularly with Tyler as well in the past, which is who's on the enemy team. I haven't played with anyone else on our team on a regular basis, but I played a few games here and there. I definitely didn't have the practice. That was one of 2 league games I've played over the past 4 days. So I was coming in a little bit rusty, but I know these guys have been practicing a lot, putting in the hours.
Yeah.
So
Definitely. Now that the tournament has concluded, I'd like to thank you guys for signing up for this whole event and sticking out for however many weeks you've been personally following the tourney. Whether you've been around since day one, 3 weeks ago, or like Nick here, whether you just jumped in an hour before the end of the entire tourney. So
It's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to a future one. No rush though, probably a year from now. But we really appreciate all your effort that you've put into this and all the sacrifice of swapping schedules and communicating with everyone. It's been fantastic.
Yeah,
it was definitely very, very fun. Thanks for hosting once again. And hopefully next meta's tank meta, and then we can just have some fun there.
Yeah.
60-minute slog fest.
Yeah. In the past 3 days, we've had 2 games that went over 40 minutes. So.
Hey, was I part of both of those?
Yes.
So what you're saying is Mason likes to stall out games and make them longer. Okay.
Whoa.
Makes sense. No. Look. Causality, maybe. Do they coincide? Yes.
Hey, I believe we Oh wait, were both of those Jarvan games? Hold on. Both of those were Jarvan
Yes,
games.
they were. Maybe it's the Jarvan pick, Mason.
Yeah, the early ganking jungler who built lethality in one of the games ended up with over 40 minutes in each game.
Yeah. He's cursed, honestly. He's so cursed. I do really well with him. He's just cursed.
Man. So. Hope you guys have a good rest of the night. And if you need to sleep or do something else, then I won't keep you here for any longer. I'll be wrapping up the stream in just a little bit. And I appreciate all the stuff you guys say about me hosting the tournament, because it is a lot of work to organize this. And as you're probably familiar with, scheduling is a big headache and the hardest part of organizing this whole thing. Like, I can shout my lungs off all day, but scheduling is a bigger headache than that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for pulling this together.
Well, I'm going to head into my little spectator box and wrap up the stream. I'll be going over some Hall of Fame related stuff and post some slides for the end of the tournament that my stream can end on. So I will see you guys.
Right on.
See ya.
Tip.
These were all the songs that I used throughout the grand final stream today, and obviously all of them are made by Riot Games. I used some world champion themes that I became fond with. I picked some themes that I either witnessed in person or when they came out, or I listened to them and just adored them. You guys can see stuff like Captain Gangplank and Dunkmaster Darius. That's way before my time, but I thought both those themes were just killer. Eclipse Leona, I was actually there when that skin duo got released, Solar and Lunar Eclipse. I was there when God King Darius and Garen came out. Obviously, I was there when Neela got released earlier this year. I was there when Pantheon got reworked recently. One of my favorite reworks ever. Project Ash, that's before my time, but I just thought it was a wonderful electronic song. Renata Samira, I witnessed their releases. Same with Senna. And then that classic Summoner's Rift Champ Select draft pick. That's before my time. I believe that song was played from Season 1 to 4 or 5. And then Season 6 before my time, because I played in 2018. 2 Battle. I don't play Wild Rift, but I thought that was a pretty nice tune. And then Demacia Rising. I discovered that from looking up albums a couple years ago. All these songs are made by Riot Games, and in accordance with their creator-friendly playlist policy, the songs are courtesy of Riot Games. And so this is the standard fare for whenever people use Riot official soundtracks in their streams. So if you guys are curious, then you can check out the Riot creator-friendly playlist page by looking it up on their website. Here's some credits for the art that I've used throughout the tourney. The Vibing Kingdom server icon is the one we use right now, and you guys can actually find the link to join the server in my Twitch bio. If you go to my About page, there should be a social media link called Vibing Kingdom Server Invite that is to the right of everything if you're in PC. If you look there in PC, you can find the invite link there. The icon was made by CaffinatedQueen, who played today as the mid lane for New Team Who Dis. The server banner was made by LT Velagio YT, who played earlier in the tournament. And so both these pieces of art come from our talented and experienced artists. I respect our artists. I believe they have lots of promise, and I directly support these guys by hosting the art contest back in August and September to create these pieces of art. So we've gone through a whole lot this tournament. And ultimately, after 3 whole weeks, after all that in-game time, we have finally discovered our grand champions. All this time, and we find ourselves Chimkin, are the grand champions of the Fall League of Legends tournament, hosted by the Vibing Kingdom Discord server. Congratulations to everyone who played. Congratulations to everyone who signed up for the tournament over the past 3 weeks. And thank you to everyone who watched my stream as we followed this event from start to finish. Thank you, everyone. May host a tournament in the future, who knows? But I am happy with all the work here, and with the 5 players donning on the Rift tonight, they have clutched a series under their belt, and they have won everything